Hello. How are you? Pen, what's up? Congratulations, you are indeed first. McCool, what's up? Death of Rabbit, what's going on?
McLaren has announced their newest supercar, W1. One thing that I find interesting is, like, Porsche hasn't had a Halo car, hypercar since 10 years ago. Ferrari hasn't since LaFerrari 10 years ago. Yeah. McLaren seems to always have a car in this. Like, it seems like if you want to buy a $2 million McLaren, there's always one available to you. It's always there. Well, anyway. I think this is incredibly cool. Enormous power, enormous cost, very rare. It's going to be super amazing.
That does look like a sick-ass car.
But they unquestionably have cheapened the brand with all these Halo cars over the last few years.
No, you don't.
Spaghetti. Doing okay, just got a pay raise. Sick, dude. Making more money is always good. That is good indeed. What do you think of T-ball, Treneball? I actually don't know much about it. I know a lot of Olympic weightlifters have been caught with Treneball. I'm not sure why in particular they use it. Maybe we could, take a look. There's injectable Treneball, right?
And they're always asking, like, what would be the peak athletic performance drug? My 2 cents, Turinabol.
Yeah, isn't there injectable Treneball? I don't know if it's only an oral. Okay, if it's only an oral, I wouldn't bother taking it. Oral steroids are just fucking stupid. It's like literally no point. A big thing that a lot of people, like a big mistake a lot of people make is they think, like each steroid is like special in some way and it will like make them have more gains. At the end of the day, it's really just about the total amount of gear you're on. Like you're just better off taking a safer steroid at higher doses than taking, you know, a particular steroid that hypothetically is more anabolic or something, but you can't take as much of and is more dangerous. For some reason, I thought Turinabol was injectable. Yeah, I am actually seeing... Apparently they do have injectable Trenibol. I don't know if it actually functions differently. Like, if it affects you differently compared to the oral. How's training? Going well. Making gains. Feeling great on the testosterone.
Russo. Androgenic reading, according to the Anabolics 11th edition, there's no data available, and the anabolic being greater than 100, testosterone's 100. Personally, based on feel, it did not feel that androgenic at all. I have experience with this compound, and I thoroughly enjoy this compound.
Good afternoon, VG. It's time for your slop. Libtards shilling for fat gossins.
If you look at the people from Hamas, when they get photographed, they're well fed. None of them are hungry. I guarantee you, look at their faces, look at their bodies. And instead of food, they could use some Ozempic.
One thing that stood out to me was when he said he spent as much time with Netanyahu as he spent with his own wife, which explains probably a great deal why the Trump administration is so pro-Netanyahu.
How about we just watch this like later? I was planning on just, watching some like, easier going videos for a little bit and then just fucking around playing some games. We'll watch this later. Thanks for the donation though, retard.
Some of the history with turinabol. It's a derivative of dianabol, specifically a cross between methandrosterone and clostridiol. So it's basically a base structure D-ball with a 4-chain add-on of clostridiol to make turinabol. This was developed by German pharmaceutical companies around the year 19...
Opinion on AI tools? Do you use them in any regard? No. I have not used AI tools at all for anything. YouTube, actually this would probably be a better video on Trenibol. YouTube, came out with new community guidelines where apparently if you're using, AI to make videos, they're kind of unclear, but they're going after people who make AI videos where they have like AI voiceover, and like AI basically constructs the video. I don't know if they're specifically going after videos that are completely done by AI or if it's like really mostly anything with AI, because they specifically mentioned AI voiceover videos. So I don't know if it'd be worth it for me to ever, like, use something like that for the video content I make. Your dono request thing is hidden. It's literally pinned. The fuck? Wait. Pin message. I literally pinned it. That'd fix it? I can see it. Yeah, when I click open the stream in the thingy window, the normal window, it looks like it's pinned. Weird, so it should be pinned now. I was talking to a live agent and I couldn't tell if she was AI or not. Dude, I got a call from some company and it was some Indian dude and he sounded like he was on fucking drugs. Like, could barely put a sentence together, was stuttering a lot, and I'm like, buddy, I literally asked him, like, dude, are you okay? Like, are you on drugs or something? And he was like, I'm fine. My computer just crashed. Like, he literally said it like that, and I'm like, okay, dude, if you need something from me, have somebody else call me back, because I do not fucking trust you. You sound like you're on drugs and you could be a scammer, so, you know. And I hung up on him.
Warning!
Lee. I am IFBB Pro, biochemist, and medical doctor, and it is why I feel I am appropriately suited to discuss today's topic on Anabolic University. I was requested to do a video on Turnable. I don't like doing videos on subjects I don't know anything about, so I don't like doing these exotic anabolic steroids that kind of suck, but I'm doing them anyway.
Hey, does anybody speak German? I've been wondering about this. Militant Vegan was in the hospital for something, and then it looks like she has some surgery scars or some crap. Does anybody know what the fuck any of this shit means in German? Kind of weird. I don't know what she had done here. Like, I can't even really think. Like, I was thinking, did she get, like, a tubal ligation or something? Yeah, I'm looking at some, like, pictures of the surgery. Yeah, she might have gotten a tubal ligation. Because the surgical instruments they use line up with where she got, like, these Band-Aids put on. Was nothing serious? What was it? Vegan donated $2.
Well, you know what, man? I just got to tell you, that's a really nice grill you got there. That's a really nice grill you got there, man. It's nice, right? It's really nice. Yeah, here it is again. Yeah. Oh, it's really nice. Will you grill me on this grill? Well, that sounds like a really tough situation, man.
What the fuck does that mean? I didn't. You don't think this grill is big enough to grill me? I didn't. This grill can grill anything. It's you. Me? Please don't. Please. Okay. Yes! Yes! Pull the lid! Pull the lid! Oh my God! Yes! Oh, I can feel it inside me! The fire is inside me! Don't let me out! Don't let me out, please! Please don't let me out! Don't let me out! Don't let me out, please! Please don't let me out!
You know, I wonder if somebody has ever actually done that. I'm sure there would be at least somebody who would be crazy enough to do that. Is Bart K still a miserable sack of potatoes? Well, it's Bart K, so yeah. Thanks for the donation, though. Vegan open mic donatillers debate his ass on evolution.
How you been? Come talk to me.
I've already done that. Like, is this stupid thing open?
I was hoping they would call in. Well, this is what they do though. They go off and like make their.
Is this on his Discord? I don't know if he banned me. Because I know the last time I debated him, he kicked me because I was proving he was a lying dipshit, and then he wouldn't answer simple questions, and then he just kicked me. What's his dumbass Discord? Not Big John Steele. I was a Discord member of his at one point. Yeah, is it? I'll look and see if I can hop on maybe. Thanks for the donation, open mic. Punching Carnus donatillers, dude, these retarded people are claiming that you are always on roids, and that's the only way vegan could get that ripped. You need to get ahead of this misinformation. Well, that's Genetic Beast. Nobody cares. We already reacted to his stupid videos. And we've already reacted to this one too. I don't think she was suggesting that I was always on steroids. And again, she's kind of a fucking moron, and nobody knows who the fuck she is or cares what she has to say. I'm gonna make a video talking about when I went on steroids, why I went on steroids, you know, like all that crap. So don't worry, like next couple days I'm gonna just put that video out. But look, nobody fucking cares. No one fucking cares. I was a little apprehensive of doing steroids, partly for that reason, but, you know, I really thought about it and I realized literally nobody fucking cares. Made by Jim Bob. I wonder if he, like, flat out banned me from the fucking server. Because I know he kicked me from the thing. I swear I joined a server before. I don't know why it has this problem. Where's the... Fuck. Fucking bitch. What the fuck is your problem? Why... Text discussion.
I have an eagle hat. This one's funny.
Not him again, Christian
it's
nut
actually
jobs like him are so dumb.
a Suzuki hat.
Yeah,
So stupid.
yeah, they are.
It's gay. Broken Prophet said it's gay. That's just a you problem. I mean, think about it. You're looking out and locating what's gay. That's just your internal thing. You're like, that's gay and that's gay and that's gay. It's like, I'm not a gay radar. If you guys are a gay radar and you want to spend your life pointing out what you think is gay, that says a lot about what's going on in your mind. Like, there's nothing I get from my hat that says anything about homosexuality. Okay. Did I close that? Oh my gosh. So dumb. How annoying. See? Would you like, can you reset your permissions? Just keep me, just.
Hello?
You porn bombed me. So, can you agree to not do that, Vegan Gains? Because that's really not cool. You know what I mean? It's not cool. It's like that really warrants like a permanent, completely a permanent banning when people do that. It's like you deserve nothing when you do that. But I'm like graceful and charitable. And then the people porn bomb. It's like, dude, why? Why you gotta go and do that?
I didn't porn bomb anybody. What the fuck is he talking about?
Okay, I'm trying to connect.
I don't know.
Every time I sign into Discord,
I think there's some troll that came in who might have done that to like bother me and him, but I've never done that to anybody. I'd never do that.
Yeah,
please.
I don't see you doing that. When he said it, I was like, really?
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, but I don't know. I don't want to interrupt anything.
Can you guys say something?
Hey, what up?
Okay, hold on a second. Okay, say something again.
Hello.
Okay. All right, gotcha. Okay, cool. We can hear you. All right, what's up?
Oh, not much. You were just talking about gay porn and such, which piqued my interest.
Great.
Yeah, like, you know, we've debated veganism before. I don't think we really need to cover that topic. We debated evolution. I don't know. I don't think that really went anywhere. I think what would be kind of interesting to talk to you about, I'd kind of like to explore your ideas on this issue, is like, let's assume God exists. Just for the sake of argument. There is a God. However you define that God. I'm interested in why you think one ought to obey or follow that God or his commands.
Why you ought to? I would say it would be a conditional statement. Just be like, if you want eternal unity with God post-death, because we're presupposing God exists. So if that exists, then eschatology and soteriology would exist. That would follow. So I would just say, if you want eternal union with God, then you ought to XYZ.
So there wouldn't be... Right. So it's... So, like, is that the only reason? Because, like, I mean... I
there could be a variety of reasons.
Okay, well, would that, like... So this is...
Good enough reason for me.
So yeah, so I'm a nihilist and a moral anti-realist, and like from my perspective, like that
Hmm.
reasoning makes complete sense. If you want to do something, then do it. If you don't want to do something, then don't do it. Like if the set of benefits or consequences either work or don't work for you, do whatever you want.
Okay.
Like I like from my understanding, you're not a moral anti-realist, you're not a nihilist. So I was expecting more something along the lines that like it is something, you know, you just should do regardless of whether or not you think it would benefit you or you have an interest in it.
Oh, well, no, I mean, I don't know why I would take that approach, especially against a nihilist. It's like, I mean, if you're a nihilist, is there any reason why you debate any topic?
Yeah, because I have an interest in it.
There's no reason, like there's no teleology to it. It's just to pass the time of your life, right?
Well, it's just simply because I have an interest in it.
So yeah, but yeah, so it's just that you have an interest. So there's no reason, like you're not getting to truth or anything. You don't think like it's important to check someone's worldview and the validity, and that it should be logical, or that
Well, I have an
maybe
interest in that.
you have an interest in it.
Yeah, I have an
So
interest in those things.
right. So I'm saying there's no teleology to your interest, right?
What do you mean by that?
Like a higher purpose. Like there's no purpose to your interests. It's just interest, right?
Yeah, I don't know how there could be a higher purpose than one would have an
Look,
interest
okay,
in.
okay, so if I said I have an interest in taking over the US through a Christian theocracy, um, from your view, you'd just say, well, yeah, pursue your interest, right? Because that would be what I do, right? That's what you would say. Well, that's what I do. You could do that too, right?
If you have an interest in doing that, it's not like I could necessarily stop you.
But what if you could stop something that you had an interest in stopping?
Well, then yeah, yeah. So I don't know what you mean by creating some sort of, I don't know, Christian theocracy or whatever, but I would certainly have an
Well,
interest in stopping like the spread of communism or Nazism or fascism.
not for any higher goal than it's just your interest. So it'd just be like a group of people who have an interest in being a fascist, and a group of people who have an interest in not being a fascist, and then you just kind of see who wins, right?
Yeah. I
And
don't
who would what would ultimately determine who wins?
just who has the most amount of might, physical or
Foresight, right?
otherwise.
Oh, yeah. So there, from your view, anything you found sort of just like horrific or abhorrent or whatever it is, right? You had like a moral intuition, but you didn't really care. You were like, oh, I have a moral intuition about some group of people, little mustache man or anyone in between in history who did something. They were just, from your view, just pursuing what they were interested in, right?
I think that's literally what everybody does, no matter the circumstance. Everyone's just pursuing their own interests.
Okay, so do you attach, because you're a nihilist, you don't attach any moral value to people pursuing interests, do you?
Well, when you say something like that, so from a nihilist perspective or a moral anti-realist perspective, like you could use those two terms interchangeably. When you talk about morals, it really is, you're just stating what the preference of a given mind is. So if something's morally right or morally good, that would be in alignment with someone's preferences. And if something's
Yeah.
morally bad or wrong, that would be, uh, you know, unaligned with somebody's preferences. So
Okay. Yeah.
so when you ask a question like that, I
Why don't you just
I
call it
don't
a
know.
preference though, vegan gains? Like this is the thing is like, why don't you just say I pursue my preferences and I act out on my preferences, and that's just descriptively what's happening. Like that's just what's happening. It's unfolding. I'm just not sure. Even
Well,
when I ask the
moral,
question,
yeah.
you, it doesn't.
So I think when you say something like somebody's moral values, that's a more specific sort of preference. So you might have like a taste preference. You might like pineapple on pizza, but it doesn't mean you find it like morally wrong to eat or like to not eat like pineapple on pizza. So it's just a different type of preference that you're talking about.
I
You're
understand.
talking about, yeah, so you're talking about like social standards. Like that's what morals really are. There's like a social aspect to things. They're
Well,
pro-social
I'm asking you.
behaviors.
Yeah, I understand. But from your view, I'm just asking from your own view. There's no need to add like a moral evaluation to preferences. You can just call them preferences. Like there's no need to take an extra step and say, well, I have moral preferences. Wouldn't those just be just more actual preferences? Like there's no need to call them moral, right? There's no need under your system to call them moral, right?
Well, the best way I could describe it without using that specific word would probably be social preferences. I could use that term, but people are just more used to, the term morals. So I just use that terminology that most people understand.
Really? Yeah, you're just using a norm, like a sort of a feature of
Yeah, but
a colloquial language.
what's confusing me is how is that not the case in your Christian worldview?
Well, from a Christian worldview, what I prefer to do might contradict what I ought to do from a Christian perspective. So, if I prefer not to do something that I ought to do for my children, and it requires some sort of sacrifice, um, sometimes I'm called to do something I don't feel like doing that I'd rather prefer not to do in the moment, and I overcome the preference and I say, well, I'm going to do what I believe is correct ultimately. Um, in contrast to what I really want to do right now. And as a father, fathers in the chat know this, and as mothers, you know this as well. And so, no, like I might not want to save someone who's drowning. Like maybe I don't want to do that, right? I just don't feel like it.
Well,
I don't want to risk my life. I don't want to do that.
yeah, sure, I
I don't want to have to
understand.
shoot someone in self-defense. I don't want to shoot. I don't like vegan gains. I don't want to kill somebody. But if I have to defend my family or myself, I have to do something I don't want to do.
Yeah, so I understand what you're saying, but the pushback I'd give is you can have competing interests and competing preferences. Like, let's say you don't want to kill somebody, but that person broke into your home and they're gonna like kidnap your children or do something horrible. So you have to shoot them in service of a greater preference or interest you have. So that doesn't seem to result in a contradiction in my worldview. Where like again, I'm postulating that if like these things that we call moral values, they're really just like essentially social preferences. Where
Yeah, but what would the preference be? Let's just stick to the preference because I see what you're saying. You're saying that in the instance I want to save my family and my life, you're saying I'm actually preferring a vision of the future that if I'm right about, I'll prefer the vision of the future if it's fulfilled. But I don't actually know the future is going to be something I prefer. I'm actually risking, I'm doing a bet, right? I'm betting the current set of circumstances and what I prefer against a future. If I take this action, I'm assuming that the future is going to unfold in a way I prefer it. So it's like a risk, right? Um, I understand that, but I would push back with simply another circumstance where it would be like um, it would go beyond just living. So for instance, like if I were forced to do something horrific to a family member so that another family member could live, that kind of predicament, if I accepted death, then I'm no longer using merely the preferences of temporal preferences. So you know what I mean? Like, so now I'm assuming, in a Christian paradigm, an afterlife, right? That I'm going to have to account for my actions, as opposed to valuing the temporal in
Yeah,
that
but
instance. So we might as well take it to
that
the full
doesn't change the
extent, right?
paradigm, though.
And it's still, you're saying it's still a preference that I prefer a future where I might likely be in good graces with God in the afterlife, right?
Yeah, so it doesn't change the paradigm. So, like, when I'm talking about, like, moral values really just being personal preferences, specifically when it comes to, like, some kind of social standard, um,
Hmm.
I don't see how there could be any other higher purpose or calling or whatever you like terminology you want to use. When we're talking
Yeah.
about morals, they're just generated by your mind and they're simply your preferences. So from that perspective, like,
Well,
I don't see how you could argue why anybody should follow God beyond, well, it's up to you. If you like God, you know, there you go.
well,
Like, unless you have some sort of objective fact to point to say this is right outside of your
well,
own preferences.
well, right? You mean like morally right or
Well,
morally right?
so if you're a moral realist, you're essentially claiming that any kind of moral proposition would be a descriptive fact. So, murder is objectively bad, independent of a stance. You could you could point to some sort of actual real world descriptive reality outside of anybody's
Yeah.
mind, proving like
Well,
murder
yeah.
is bad or proving not following God is bad.
Well, murder would be an example of something that's reflective of some other claim. Like, like from a Christian paradigm, something that's immoral would be some sort of privation or missing of what the ultimate good is. So, um, I know moral realists, like they try to locate a descriptive event and say that descriptive event is immoral just based on what it is or something like that. Whereas from my perspective, murder, like killing, wouldn't be immoral, like just descriptively from a Christian view.
Well,
But
we're talking about
let's
murder,
say,
not just killing.
I understand. I just want to make, because some people confuse the two a lot. So like murder, an act like this is under a Christian view, you can act against yourself. And so a lot of people try to reduce, even the moral realists, they try to reduce what's immoral and they always involve some other person. And they never really talk about whether or not you could actually act against yourself or act against God. They're always talking about another individual in the world. And then when you ask them, like, well, what's immoral about it? And you say, well, you're violating their autonomy. And then you go, well, can I violate their autonomy and it be a moral thing? And they say, yes. And then we go, okay, so autonomy isn't the thing that's determining whether it's good or not. So I actually agree with you that, like, maybe moral realism, as it's currently argued most of the time, it just talks about moral facts and claims about the world. And I'm not sure a Christian paradigm would reduce itself to just simply the category of moral realism. Does that make sense?
I think I see where you're going with this. But like let's just let me just ask you then, what makes God good?
It would be the same answer of like what makes an avocado an avocado. It would be the nature of God himself, his very nature. So there's nothing subject, like some external thing that's then adding good to him or something. Like his very nature is good. Like what makes us a human, what makes a tree, we're referring to the nature of something being itself. And I know it's probably sounds tautological and circular, but I don't know if there's a way to bridge the gap there, even for objects in the world.
Yeah,
So it's like,
yeah.
what makes an orange an orange? Like it's like, well, it's also apophatic. Like, well, an orange is an orange, not just because it is itself, but it's also not these other things, right? It's not like a beaver. Like an orange isn't a beaver.
Right. So
And so there's
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and here's the problem that I have with that kind of reasoning. You either end up with like you end up with like two problems. If you're saying like God is good, because God is good, it's just his nature. That's the definition of God, or it's like some sort of analytically linked to God. Then
Okay.
God could do anything and he'd be good. Like I mean, you could think of anything that you would consider horrible, and that would be good based on that being just God's nature. Like you're basically
Well,
substituting.
Yeah,
Like
I'd
what
say
makes any action that God does good? Well, it's good because it's God. So I
well,
don't know what that
well, hold
ends up
on.
meaning to you, like the word good,
I
if
understand.
God is just
I
good.
understand.
And
I
if
understand.
good is just linked with God, like you could use those words interchangeably, does that mean anything
Yeah.
else is not good? Like it's just God?
You mean ultimately, see, when we reference good, you're saying, isn't it ultimately from this view referencing God? Is it alignment with God's nature, or is it misaligned with God's nature, right?
Yeah, so like the problem
Yeah.
I have here is that this argument seems to be an equivocation. There's this idea that we have of good where but when I ask you like what makes God good, you're just saying it's in his nature. Well,
Yeah. His
it
nature.
so if God's nature is good, God's nature could be anything. Like for all we know, like he could be ideologically aligned with Hitler, but that would be good in your
Well, hold
view.
on. Well, hold on a second. Anything that you find is evil under this criticism, like, because you said if God is good, anything he does has to be good. I would say yes. And then you go, God could do something evil, like that you found evil, and it would have to be good. And then what you do is you look at things in the world that we kind of like agree might be evil. But the problem is when you insert the word evil, Vegan Gains, you actually necessitate the positive existence of good again. So you actually
Well,
necessitate
I'm
the very
not
God
so
talking about.
I so that's not what I'm stating. What I'm saying is God could do anything and that would be good under that worldview of good being defined by God's nature. Because if good is simply
Yes,
defined by God's nature, then
yeah, he couldn't violate his
that would mean good is anything, and that could be
anything.
suffering. Suffering
Anything
is good.
suffering could be good, actually.
Well, it could be.
Why, that's not even a contradiction in your worldview. Suffering under a
It's
Christian
all a matter of
paradigm. I don't,
perspective.
well, not just that is suffering. Long suffering could be a virtue. So that doesn't mean you cause it necessarily is automatically good, but persevering, long suffering, carrying your cross from a Christian paradigm, maybe you can use a different term to make your point, because suffering doesn't work necessarily in this case. Suffering could be good, yes, but that would be true under your view too. So that's not really a problem under my view, because suffering could be aligned with God. You know,
Well,
uh,
the issue.
so name something that you think is evil, like, because the thing is, what you're getting is that's accurate is that if God is good and his very nature to be good, he couldn't violate his nature. And then you're saying, but couldn't God do something horrifically bad under that paradigm? But that would necessitate an absolute nature of good, which would go back to God, right?
Well,
So you
I
can't
think
point to
you're
something that's horrific or bad without actually arguing for the thing that
so
I'm arguing
so
for,
again,
right?
I think you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if you are simply stating that good is anything that is in line with God's nature, good could be anything. And it could be something that you
Line,
consider horrible, but it would still
no,
be
no,
good.
no,
You'd just be
no,
wrong about that.
no, no. Now you're questioning what God's nature is. So let me maybe make it more rigorous for you. If you say good is anything that aligns with God's nature, the question isn't whether or not anything could be done. The question is, what is God's nature? Not whether or not anything can be done, because I just told you, if the good is linked to God's nature, then and God can't do anything against his nature. The only question now would be, well, what is God's nature? What do we mean by God's nature? it wouldn't follow that God could do anything. It wouldn't follow that God could do anything. There's actually a constraint on.
No, that's not necessarily true. So
tell me how it's not true.
So it could be the case that God has some sort of constraints on his nature. It could also be the case that he has no constraints and he's fine with everything.
No, not he's fine. It's not an opinion. We're talking about the nature of a being, not an opinion about a menu that he doesn't like. So you're not internally critiquing anymore at this point, because now you're saying God could be really good in his nature, but he could also be not good in his nature.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I think you're skipping ahead and assuming some things about my position. So again, if we're using the term good to be synonymous with God's nature, then we're not talking about the good as in some sort of concept. We're talking about good as a descriptive fact about the nature of God. Now, the descriptive nature of God could, in theory, be anything. It could be somebody who really likes to see children being abused. It could be...
No. Stop it. Stop it for a second. It can't be anything. It can't be evil. You understand? So when you say God's nature could actually be evil,
I understand that. And that's the point. Right, but that's...
You can't equate... Hold on. I just got to correct you here. You can't go from what we're describing as God's nature and then making it identical to actions in the world, like abusing children. Because abusing children would be an event that happens in temporality. And the question would be, is abusing children aligned with God's nature? That would be the question. You couldn't say God's nature could be abusing children. That doesn't make any sense. Natures don't do anything. A nature doesn't do something, right? A nature is what something is. A person is who something is, and then the actions are what the person enacts in the world or whatever. So
maybe you could
all of these categories.
Yeah, maybe you could clarify a little bit just to prevent us from talking past each other. So when you say God's nature, what is meant by God's nature? Like his preferences, what he likes, dislikes?
No, God preferences is a temporal phenomenon that assumes that you have intake of sense data and an evaluation of new sense data. If God is all-knowing and all good, he's eternally uncreated. That is his nature, all-knowing, love, and all of the rest, right? So if that's the case, it's not produced by sense data and evaluation. He's not in the world. That would make the world the source of his evaluations. That would mean he needs the world to evaluate what he is. No, if God is eternally uncreated, and his nature is good, right? His very nature is good. He doesn't achieve good. I'm not a Mormon. He doesn't
equivocating
achieve
again.
good. What do you mean?
So I asked you what makes God good, and you said good is in his nature. But when I asked you to define what good is, you said whatever is God's nature. So you're equivocating. You're using good in two different...
No, hold on a second.
You're using two different definitions of good.
Dude, the question itself, makes God good, is a loaded question because it assumes a process or some sort of splintering that God is one thing and good is some process that makes him good, right? If I asked you what makes an avocado, right? What makes it an avocado?
This is probably gonna lead to a bit of a tangent. I don't know exactly what you mean by that. Like, avocado is just a word that we use to describe a particular thing.
The referent itself of an avocado, not the description. The avocado word could be Blitzblau. It doesn't matter what the sound of the word is, right? So the referent in avocado, what makes that referent itself?
It's just a word we chose to identify that particular object or thing versus any other.
Vegan Gains, I didn't ask about the word. The referent. What makes the referent, not the reference, what makes the referent itself in regards to what we call an avocado? I don't care what the avocado is
like you're talking about its genes, like botanical nature, species, like that sort of thing?
Yeah, it is itself part of. It is an avocado does have a nature that's not identical to some other thing, right?
Right. So like avocado is its own unique thing, and it's defined by a set of characteristics.
Yeah, and could I redefine what an avocado is? Not the word. Can I redefine what it is, and suddenly it acts differently by definition?
Well, no, you'd be talking about something else.
Oh,
Like,
right.
yeah, if you were to describe an avocado as a raspberry,
Yeah,
those are two different things. So
that's right. So when we
this,
describe God as good, right? Right?
yeah,
When
so
we describe God as good, hold on, dude. If we describe God as good, it's the same issue. Like, so if you're asking, well, can't God just be not God? And I asked you, can an avocado be a not avocado? And you said, no, that's ridiculous. It would be a different thing. Well, you use the same reasoning for God.
right, but like I see this coming back to the same issue because when I ask you what makes God good, and then you say, well, that is just what he is. Well, what he is could be anything.
No, what he is can't be evil because that would necessitate some positive ontology,
Right,
right?
right.
So
But
if
what
I
I'm
said,
saying,
what is a light? If I said what makes a light light, right? And a shadow, right? A light, do you agree that a shadow doesn't have its own positive ontology?
yeah. So sorry, a shadow has its own
Yeah?
positive ontology.
No, no, it doesn't. Do you agree that a shadow doesn't have its own positive ontology? It's an effect of something that has a positive ontology.
I don't know if a shadow is an effect of something. If anything, it's
Shadow's not an effect of light hitting an object now?
I de- like I guess when you're talking about, well, a shadow is like the lack of something, like the
That's right.
lack of
That's right.
photons.
Good. Very good. Okay, so if God is good, he couldn't be anything because anything would include evil, right? But as I just demonstrated with the analogy of light, if God is good, if he's good, and you say, well, he could be anything, right? Well, no, he couldn't be evil because evil in this analogy is like darkness or shadow. It doesn't have its own positive ontology. So God can't actually be evil, just like a
So,
shadow can't actually be a light.
but if you're going to say that, that sounds like, again, an equivocation, because if I were to tell you God wants children to suffer horribly under like abuse and be in constant
That's his want.
pain.
Good. You're conflating a nature with wants now. Now you're skipping categories, right? I have a nature, right? Human
So
nature. You have a
is
human
a
nature. Hold on,
good
just let me just do this. Dude, just focus for a second. You have a human nature and I have a human nature, right?
yeah, sure.
Okay, for the sake of argument, we have a human nature. Now, what we want, right, would be proper to our nature, right?
I don't know what you
Proper,
mean
I
by that.
mean, right? Like we couldn't have the want that a lion wants because that would violate the identity of what we are as nature, right? We are not lions. So we could
I don't
never
know how that's
actually.
necessarily the case. Like we do
How would you?
you're not,
How
well,
would
you don't believe in
you-
evolution, but like we do share an evolutionary history, and like
And we should have a human nature, though. And we don't have a human nature. You just denied the human nature that you're referring to now. There's no such thing under evolution as a human nature.
I
That's in
like,
flux.
do lions want to drink water? Do they want to live? Do they want to eat? Like
No,
those things are in alignment
no,
with human nature.
hold on. No, lions, a want. Would you agree that a want is a thoughtful desire?
Yeah.
How do you know a lion wants to drink water rather than he just does drink water? That his biology guides
Well,
him to drink water.
that is clearly the case with human beings.
Wait a second. What's clearly the case?
Do you think like an infant child has any kind of thoughtful desire for like breast milk, or do you think they just cry and there's like some weird inbuilt biological
That's one
mechanism?
Well, vegan gains. Now you're taking a particular time frame of development and trying to make a sweeping statement about humans in general. Well, a baby who is still in its development, its mental faculties are still in development, isn't really a good example because you're using an
Well, that's a
exception
human.
rather than looking at it. Well, yeah, no, but it is a human. But when humans develop, let's say, I can be more precise if you'd like. When a human develops the capacity to want things and think about their wants, right? Right. They could actually think about their wants and evaluate whether or not they want to fulfill their wants, right? A lion a lion is not doing philosophy about his wants and needs
Sure.
to our knowledge, right?
Yeah, like to our knowledge, like I'm sure they don't have the same, like they may not have any degree, but I'm sure they don't have as a great of a degree of like semantic understanding. But
Right, but there's wants and needs, and you'd say they're temporal, right? Wants and needs are given by our experience in the here now, the time space matter, right? Would you agree?
what do you mean by that?
Our wants are given by our past knowledge of the past, right? They're informed by back knowledge and informed perhaps with a sense of the future, and we develop wants based on inputs, right?
I suppose wanting something does necessitate some kind of future concept. I don't know
Okay, good.
necessarily
And
a
a
past
past, though.
concept, but a future concept, sure.
Well, no. Well, how could you have a future concept if it isn't a mirror of something you know about the past? It uses induction, right? Like if you pictured a future where you're in a place, there's no way you can construct the vision of the place without an idea of what a place is. What is its features? Does it have trees? Well, that's back knowledge. You can't construct like let's say like a prototype of a vision of the future that's in the here now
Like,
that
yeah,
isn't populated.
So yeah, like I guess you do have to have some prior understanding. Sure.
Okay, so if wants and desires, even for a lion, if we granted some sort of lion thoughts or whatever, even if the wants and desires existed, you said what God wants, right? This is where it's a category error because if God is, because you're granting God exists, and I told you if God exists, you're also going to grant his nature. And if I say his nature is good and all knowing, you can't say God has wants the same way a human or a lion has wants because you're using a temporal created, in our paradigm, a created world that requires sense, data, analysis, evaluation, past, prior knowledge, and a sense of a future knowledge. Well, if God already has all prior, present, and future knowledge, all of it, you couldn't say his wants in the same category as a human want. Do you agree?
We can assume God may have different desires than a human being because of the type of knowledge he has. Sure, I would grant that.
So then,
but
God
when you're describing right, but when you're describing God as good, like good is in God is just God's nature. So
Yeah.
I should be very clear here. When you define good, good is God's nature.
Yeah, good is
so,
is his being. Yeah.
Yeah. So good equals God's nature. Now, if you're saying that,
no, hold on. Well, I'm not saying just that, but for the sake of argument, I'll say, yeah, good would be not the fullness. Like it wouldn't be reduced just to good because we would say there's other, what would be the better?
Well,
better
he
term?
could have like there could be other aspects of his nature, sure.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. That's
So like all knowing, all powerful, like yeah, those are all in his nature. We're assuming that, but so if just a second, my cat is putting his tail in the heater. So if good is defined as God's nature, does that imply God would be either in favor or against certain things?
No, against or in favor, right? Like you have to see we're limited by analogous language. So, if you said in a sense God has a type of want that's not based in temporality, like he wants something for us, like let's say he wants us to know him or something, for the sake of argument, the colloquialism of like a want, He wants us to know him. He wants maybe for us to be united with him. Maybe for the sake of the only type of desire that's isolated and peculiar to God and only God, there's a type of want. It wouldn't be our type of want. So if we agree there, you could say there's a type of desire God might have, but I wouldn't reduce it to the same temporality that we have. It's not like based in the same an input system, if that makes sense. So yeah, you could say that.
Okay, so just to clarify, like, assuming we're using this definition of good is what God's nature is it in God's nature to want more children to be abused or less children to be abused? Does he want more genocides or less genocides?
Well, genocide, yeah, okay, so genocide would be unjustified killing of a specific type of people. Right? Unjust.
That depends.
Well, is it well, definitionally a genocide? Is it from, because I want to be clear on this, because if genocide is defined, because you use the term, so we need to know what you're talking about. I hold that genocide is actually an unjustified targeted killing of a specific group of people. Specifically unjustified. Because it could be the case that you can justify a targeted group of people. You could actually justify it.
Yeah, so maybe the example.
Well, that's interesting.
So maybe
it's interesting.
Yeah, so like maybe I should just use a more specific example. Like I know, like, YouTube TOS, Mustache Man eradicating Jews. Does God want more of that or less of that?
Well, that's unjust. But eradicating groups of people could be just. So that's why when you say genocide,
if they're
hold on, let me finish. When we say the word genocide, I have to make sure you are not just describing just fly on the wall an event. You're actually
I understand.
To
that's fair.
Unjust.
That's fair.
But if it's fair, hold on, vegans. If it's fair, then this is what's perfect about this, is that just now needs some standard. And I would argue, from my paradigm, God is also in his nature just. Otherwise, you can't point to drowning babies and use some emotionalism to try to insert into the argument and say, drowning babies, don't we all agree that's awful and bad? Well, no, we have to determine whether it's just or not whether or not we like it or not. We have to determine whether it's just or not. So it actually could be just, vegan gains, that babies are at the effect of a massive drowning event. It could be just. But for you to say it's unjust or inconsistent with God's nature, you have to then presuppose your own type of God that grounds things like goodness and justice. But you can't.
Yeah, so, okay, I think we're getting closer to I think this is productive. I hope I don't, like, you don't feel like I'm wasting your time, but I feel like this is productive and we're getting closer to the root of the issue. Now, let's say God liked Mustache Man, wanted Mustache Man to go after the Jews. He likes, I don't know, people like Richard Kuklinski working for the mob.
It's a category. Bro, we already covered this.
I don't see how that's a category error, because, again, if we're defining... because
like is based on what? Temporality, likes, input, past-based responses, right? So you're saying if God, all you're really saying is if God was a human and had a human perspective on his preferences.
So God has no desire to, I'm sorry, like, are we assuming?
The desire, look, dude, let me correct you again. The desire, if I were to grant a type of desire, it wouldn't be the same type of desire a human would have.
Okay, is Mustache Man in heaven or hell right now?
I don't know. I don't make salvific claims about individuals.
In all likelihood, is Mustache Man in heaven or hell right now?
We don't use,
based on your Christian worldview.
We don't use stochastics or probability to determine soteriology.
You are uncertain and you have no ability to tell me whether there's a
I have no
greater
ability.
probability of Mustache Man being
I
in heaven
don't-
or hell.
I just told you it's not probability. Probability is temporal.
Oh, okay, Mustache Man is dead, right? Like, he would have been dead by now. So whatever CIA conspiracy theory people have of him living in Brazil, it's so long past, he would have to be dead, correct?
Yeah, and yeah.
Okay. So the afterlife, he would either be in heaven or hell, correct?
Oh, that presupposes a modern heterodox conception of heaven and hell. I'm orthodox, so it's just a loaded, low-tier question.
Okay.
No offense.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't know. So is there like a different? Could he be in purgatory or something? I'm not sure about your specific religious beliefs.
No. Just generally speaking, and there's no use in getting into this because it's kind of it's adjacent to the argument, but it's not totally relevant. But I'll just say from the Orthodox conception, we all experience God, right? The same way we experience like fire or something like this. Like so, if we all experience God after death, right? The question is, how do we experience God's presence? Two people can experience God's presence in two different ways. So you can experience God's presence as fire, as torment, or you could experience God's presence as unity and love. So just grant that from my view, grant that that's the conception of hell. It's not a location coordinate system where you end up here and here, right?
Sure. Okay. So if I were to rephrase, so like this is a little bit semantic. I think you get the idea, but just to rephrase it from your religious perspective, is the Mustache Man experiencing God through fire or through like love and unity right now?
No idea.
Okay.
Why is it relevant for me to know that? How is it relevant for me to know that? What does it have to do with God's nature and the necessity for God being just to determine whether or not drowning babies is good or not? Or in line with God's nature?
We're trying to establish whether or not God's nature being good results in him treating people in the afterlife differently.
Well, no. Treating people in the afterlife, right? That's totally loaded. What are you talking about? Treating people? Like, did you think my conception of God is the act of him treating someone a certain way, or did I explain it that they're at the effect of their own choices, right, in the presence of God, and experiencing the fulfillment of their choices, right? So no, you just smuggled in another. Hold on, you just smuggled in another conception of heaven. Right, is a place where God is walking around treating people a certain way.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I don't know your exact religious beliefs. So,
how is it relevant to God's nature?
Well, it's relevant to God's. So it's relevant. So the question I'm asking you is just relevant to the discussion, because, like, to me, it sounds like if you're saying God's nature is good, that implies certain things. Like God would prefer there to be less mustache men that exist in the world than more mustache men that exist in the world.
Bro, how many times do I have to correct you on this? A preference is a temporal phenomenon.
So this is very confusing to me. I'm sorry. Like, you're telling me God does not have a preference for there to be less mustache men.
That's an argument from incredulity, first of all, everything about it. Second of all, preferences are a temporal phenomenon. You already agreed with this. That preference requires, in the way you're using it, that requires to be in space-time with having inputs that become past knowledge that you use about future ideas, and you're developing preferences. God doesn't have preferences.
Clearly he does. Like that.
Really?
But so you're telling me God could not care less if you are Christian, Muslim, Hindu, or what you do with your life, whether you believe in God, don't believe in God. watch gay porn, don't watch gay porn, murder people, don't murder people, because these are all temporal things.
Yeah. Well, no, they're not actually, because the thing that's being violated can't be strictly a temporal thing. So if murdering people goes against God's nature, the act of murdering someone could happen in temporality, but the reason that the thing that it's violating actually doesn't exist as matter or physical phenomenon in temporality. So no. So the statement you just said is actually not a critique of my view. It's your assumption about what you think murder is in regards to a Christian view. It's just totally a straw man. So it's like, does God have a desire, a type of desire for us to want to be with him and united with him? Sure. All I'm saying, Vegan Gains, is you're gonna have to grant.
You just contradicted yourself. So he does have a desire.
Let me finish. Let me finish. You're gonna have to grant the type of want and desire is going to be unique to God and not like our human desires.
Right, but you just contradicted yourself. You said he doesn't
have...
have...
concept fallacy. Yeah, word concept fallacy. So the type of desire God has, right? The type of existence you granted already, God exists. Would you agree that God's existence, if you grant he exists, is not the same type of existence that we have?
I grant that, but you...
Hold on. Stop. Let's go with this. If you grant that God has a type of existence that's not like our existence, then why is it you're having trouble granting that God has a type of desire that is not like our desire?
Right, so he does have desires and preferences
that are unique and peculiar to God and not like us.
Okay, so so we agree on that. Does God have any desire or preference with what we do with our lives?
The desire is that we align our will with him.
Okay. Now, is becoming a mustache man and going after the Jews aligning our will with him?
I don't think so.
Okay. So...
The reason I say that is because Mustache Man wasn't an Orthodox Christian, so any of his views or what was good, you could actually look into it. Any of his views of what was good for existence or bad for existence wasn't based in a grounded paradigm. It wasn't based in Christianity, Orthodox Christianity. So any of his assumptions, he could even be descriptively right about his criticisms of the bagel people. That still doesn't follow that the way in which he proceeded with his circumstances were aligned with God's will. Of course it's not aligned with God's will because he wasn't a Christian. He's not practicing Christianity. He was practicing materialism. He was practicing worldliness, and this is true for even people who don't do horrific things, who don't violate other people's autonomy. You could still be misaligned and not do even a tiny bit of what the worst people in humanity have done. You could still misalign. It doesn't require the worst thing in humanity. You could pick anything, dude. You could pick just random people in San Francisco right now.
Yeah, so you just proved my point. You are defining good as anything that God prefers.
No, God's nature. He prefers that you align with his nature, right? The good isn't based in his preferences. You keep making this jump, and I've corrected it maybe 7 times at this point. God's nature being good, his preferences would be proper to his nature. His preferences aren't good because he prefers them. This is like a Euthyphro. This is like low-tier Euthyphro. God's nature is good. Him having a type of preference or a desire, it's not his desire that is the standard for good. His desire is a reflection of his nature.
That is no different than saying my preferences are a reflection of my nature.
Your preferences are proper to your nature. Your nature is fallen. Your preferences are pretty aligned with a fallen man.
I wouldn't say I'm fallen. I'm a pretty good person.
You're fallen? No, you don't have a standard for good. You just have a standard for preferences you like. You like to do stuff. You don't have a conception of good. You just have a concept of what you like in the world. No, you don't.
Well, I do. It is what I prefer.
You're God. So you're God.
Yeah. Well, If you're defining God as an all-powerful,
so
atemporal being, I'm not
over.
God. But if we're defining
Well,
God as just something that has the power to
no.
produce good, then yeah.
Okay, cool. So if you grew a little mustache, vegan gains, which would be hilarious, if you did that and fulfilled an exact simulation of what occurred in the 40s or whatever, would it be good that you did it because it's your preferences?
To the individual.
To you, would it be good to you?
Yeah, to the individual by definition.
Yeah, so
not
you
not to others.
Could you? Well, no, to others who agreed with your preferences.
Yeah, to others who would agree with the preferences. There's like a social aspect to this, but
so why are you using Little Mustache Man as some sort of like
so you've proven
reference?
my point. I think you've
No, hold on. Dude, you're interrupting me. Why are you using a reference that you yourself couldn't say was bad, right? You're saying that's proof that God could like bad things, but
no.
that actually proves my point.
That's not what I was
There's nothing
saying.
bad
You're
for
misunderstanding
you,
again.
dude. There's no evil from your worldview to counter God's good nature.
So
There's no evil you can point to.
So you're misunderstanding the point I was making. The point I was making is like Christians, Orthodox or otherwise, such as yourself, are equivocating when you use the word good. You're saying good is in God's nature, but then you're using a different sense of good. Like when I point out the fact that good is just whatever God prefers, just like how good is whatever I prefer from my view.
Okay, we're looping.
No view is any more valid.
Well, we're looping again. I already corrected you. If God's nature is what makes him good, and you didn't even like if you don't like the answer to how that's the case, that's fine. But you can't take that view and say God is good. His very nature.
You made an oops there.
Dude, hold on. Let me finish. And
you said God's nature is what made him good. So now you're using good as different than God's nature.
No, I'm not.
You're equivocating again.
No, dude, you're just not being charitable with my language. If I misspoke and said it's God's nature is what makes him good, fine. I retract it. What I meant is if God's nature is good, then his preferences would merely be a reflection of his nature.
How would that not be the case for me?
That your preferences would be reflective of your nature? Yeah, but your nature isn't good, right? You're not nature from your view. Your nature isn't
that
good or
results
evil,
in the
right?
same problem because now you're equivocating again.
That's a fake laugh. So
that's not a fake laugh. I'm genuinely like you're equivocating again.
Dude, what's your nature?
My nature is good.
No. It's not good. You don't have a standard for good.
Yeah, it's my nature.
Okay, your nature is good, right?
Yes.
Is your nature eternal?
I don't know. Depending on how long I live, maybe. I don't see how that's relevant.
It's relevant because if you claim your nature is good, right? But the good is only grounded in your temporality, then the good is not universally good, right? So your nature actually isn't the good. Your nature is temporal and dying. You would just die, and then the good would go away, right?
What makes God's nature universal?
You did not answer. You just totally dodged what I just said. Okay. So if you're not gonna engage with what I just said,
well, okay, well, I'm sorry. Well, I didn't mean to skip over. Say that again, because I
said if you just claim your nature is good, right? You're trying to do a parody of the position, right? You're saying your nature is good. The problem with your view is that good is not universal. Like you're referring to something as good, but you were created. Like you came from a past. You came from two parents.
Sure.
And you're going to die. And so whatever you're referring to as good is now temporal. It's not absolutely good. It's temporal, and you're just referring to yourself as good. But that's not actually pointing to anything, because your nature is also, that means good, the nature good, that's grounded in you, self-proclaimed good, source of all good. What you're saying is that the good is a particular that's going to die out when you die, right?
Sure, but just because something is temporal, that doesn't make it either non-universal
Non-existent.
or universal.
Of course
I
it
don't
does.
see
What are you
how
talking about?
eternality.
If it's a particular, if you, a human, are a particular and you die, even when you're alive, the good, as you refer to it, is not universal. It's a particular.
How does God being eternal make his nature universal?
If God is eternally uncreated, and you granted God exists, and he's good, that means he's eternally good. So he's uncreated, and part of his nature is
you
being
said
good.
universal. So what makes it universal?
The same thing that makes truth universal. But do you agree that truth is universal?
I don't know what you mean by that. You mean like descriptive facts, or are we talking about preferences?
Well, okay. Well, no, you don't prefer what's true. Like you don't craft what's true based on your preferences. Can't something not be true?
So
you debate flat earthers, right? Hold on. You debate flat earthers, right?
Yeah. Not
If
regularly,
they
but
prefer
I have.
I know, but just for example, if they prefer that the earth is flat, it doesn't make it flat, right?
That's correct, but in that case, we're talking about descriptive facts. We're not talking about
Okay, well,
normative
even
claims.
descriptive facts, right? If there's a truth to the matter, okay? I'm asking you a question. Does truth exist? That's what I'm asking you.
Yeah, sure. We could agree on that.
Would you agree? Okay, hold on. Do you agree if truth exists that there's only two options? It's either concrete, physical phenomenon, material phenomenon, or it's conceptual. Do you agree with the two options?
If truth exists, it's either concrete or conceptual?
Yeah, there's only two options in which we know things exist from your paradigm. Like, it's either concrete and material or physical, or it's abstract and immaterial. Like, is there a third option?
Abstract and immaterial. What do you mean by that?
Abstractions. Do you agree that abstractions exist?
It depends on what you mean by that.
Numbers. Do numbers exist in an abstract way?
I still don't understand what you mean by that.
Do numbers. You know what I'm referring to when I say the number 7, right?
Yes. Like 7 apples.
Okay. Can you find a 7 in nature?
No. It is a concept. It's an idea.
Great. That's what I mean by abstract. Abstract definitionally means a concept or an idea. That's what it means. So
okay.
Do you agree? So the question I'm asking you, Vegan Gains, is when you say truth exists, you're leaning toward the side that it exists conceptually as an idea and not as a material object. Is that fair?
I don't know why the two are necessarily separated.
Is there a difference between conceptual and material? I don't know why there's a difference between the category of ideas and physical phenomena.
I mean, our mind is produced by like certain brain states. So, if we consider our brain to be like a computer in some way, and like a bit is flipped, and that's what produces, the idea. That is a physical thing. So I don't know why you'd necessarily separate the two, but this seems like a bit of a tangent because
it's not a tangent because dude, you're now getting squirrely because maybe you intuitively know where this is going and you want to jump off the train. But
this is really not going anywhere. It's kind of besides the point.
It is. No, stop dodging here. Liz, you're trapped here and maybe you don't know it, but here's the thing. If you are going to make ambiguous concepts and ideas and actual things, if you go with actual things, you've just proven my point. If truth exists, and you said, I don't know why we're making a difference between concepts, abstractions, and reality, hard reality, you're actually going to have to say now that truth, the type of existence truth has, is in a particular instance in a particular brain. Are you willing to try to bite that bullet now? That truth exists, because you said truth exists. And I say, how does truth exist, Vegan Gains? And you say, and I said, I'll give you options. It's either conceptual or it's material. And you say, I don't know why we need this separation. What if it's all material? Essentially what you just said. Great, let's run with that. If truth exists and you deny that there's a conceptual element to reality and it's all reduced to physical phenomenon, now you have to say truth isn't universal. Why? Because you have to isolate a location, a coordinate system where truth exists in a particular brain. That means truth isn't universal. You're done. You can't even debate anymore.
Well, we're not debating truth. We're just debating whether or not
Yeah, we are.
what makes God good. And again,
that is a truth claim. That's about truth, dude. You can't say we're not debating truth, but we're debating truth claims about God's nature. You can't debate without assuming that you're debating about the truth of the matter, dude. You've just reduced the truth of the matter to particulars. That means you don't have access. You don't even believe that truth is universal and can be accessed, meaning you're debating is a waste of your own time according to your own view. Nihilism debunked.
Well, we already agreed on like certain definitions. So again, this sounds like a tangent. Again, you ended up admitting that God is just good because he views himself as good and he just has his own set of preferences.
No,
I don't see how that's any difference.
That's a lie. I never said that at all. That's a lie. Are you a liar now?
You like we've already been through this whole we've already been through this whole dialogue. I asked you what makes God good.
I never said once vegan gains. You could just apologize and say sorry you didn't say that, or I'll just correct you. I never once said God is good because he views himself good. Not once.
It was heavily implied. You didn't literally say those words, but it was heavily implied. So again, that's not just a lie.
Anyone else want this guy, Schoolboy? You want a piece of this guy? Because I once he reduced truth to a particular, there's no point in debating. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, like we could disagree on that point, but like it's just a tangent.
Is truth universal or not?
I don't know. I don't care. Like the issue is.
Anyone else want him?
Yeah.
Jim Bob, hang on.
I'm not engaging with you.
There's a guy named Smoker Ratiz in the BC2. Do you want to engage with him? Because he's just learning tag himself.
He was typing before I answered his questions before. So I don't know if anybody else wants to engage with him, but there's nothing else to do with vegan gains because he just admitted from his own view, it reduces truth itself, right? Which we're debating the truth of the matter of God's nature and whether it's not coherent and it makes sense. Vegan gains just said truth. There's no distinction between the conceptual and the material. That means that if truth is material, along with the laws of thought and everything else and knowledge, it's all reduced to a particular brain, meaning that truth isn't universal. So the purpose of debating, the usefulness of debating is illusory under his own view. Nihilism is trash. It's a waste of people's time. Vegan gains, you were well behaved today, but ultimately your existence, according to your own view, is a waste of your own time, but certainly a waste of our time.
Okay, well, just...
Can I ask Vegan Gains a question?
Sure, shoot.
Do you go by Vegan or do you go by Gains?
Whatever you prefer, man.
Okay, Mr. Gaines. Is there a reason we ought be vegan?
There's no objective fact that I can point to. But again, when I argue why one should be vegan, I just run the name the trait reductio. So like you have your own set of preferences.
Why ought we follow name the trait?
So, well, name the trait isn't something you follow. It's just an exercise to either demonstrate that your moral values do in fact align with vegan, and based on your own moral values, you should go vegan, or it's a demonstration that your own moral values don't align with one another and they're logically inconsistent.
Why ought we follow that?
Again, I don't know what you mean by that question because there's no objective fact that I can point to. If you don't care about things like logical consistency or something, I can't make an argument.
Well, I'm just asking. All right, I'm done doing the dumb voice. I'm asking why ought we care about any argument you make? Can you give us a single reason why we ought care?
I already explained this to you. You're just asking a nonsensical question. There's no objective fact about the
How's
world
that
I
a
can.
nonsensical question? Saying
Because
why
you know
ought
that
I
I'm a moral
follow your argument?
anti-realist. So when you say something like that, unless you have certain values that you don't care about things like logical consistency, you don't care about human rights, you don't care about anything, there's nothing I can do to convince you.
Is there any values we should have?
Are you asking whether I feel that way, or are you asking me if there's an
asking
objective
you,
fact
yes.
about the world that? Well, yeah, from my perspective, yes.
And what are those, and why is that?
Well, because I want you to.
Okay, well, I want you to eat meat.
Okay.
So do you see how weak like your philosophy is? That's what it comes down to. Is just I want you
Your
to, and then
philosophy
I
is the
say the
same as
opposite, and you
mine.
go.
Your
Well,
philosophy is exactly
it's
the same as
literally the
mine.
not.
I
It's
was
literally not.
literally able to demonstrate throughout the course of this conversation that your philosophy is literally the same as mine.
Name one
Jim Bob
interaction
is
we had besides
literally
me
a moral
asking you basic
anti-realist.
questions.
Jim Bob
No, he's not.
literally
What are you talking about?
supported the idea of moral anti-realism.
What are you talking about?
When?
Do you just make stuff up?
He's a liar.
So I can go
You
through, so I can break down the dialogue. I asked him what makes God good. He defined good as being in God's nature. I proved that in that God's nature would necessitate having certain preferences. And if that's all it is, if being good by nature is like a certain set of preferences, then everyone is good by nature.
Rejected that. I corrected you. I said if you were going to use the term preferences for God, you wouldn't be using the same paradigm of human preferences and temporality.
We accepted that. We accepted that. He has his own set of unique preferences, but that's all it
even
is.
if, really quick, even if, which again, I agree with Jim. I wouldn't say like, oh, God has quote unquote preferences. I wouldn't say that. That's we would speak more apophatically by negation about God. But even if that was the case, and let's say we grant that, which again, that's not my view, that's not Jim Bob's view. How would it follow if the good was based on God's preferences that moral anti-realism is true? That's that there's no connection there actually.
Because it postulates that there is no objective fact independent of a stance that makes any moral proposition true.
Well, you're making a category error there just because God is personal. When you say, oh, independent of a stance, well, God is the creator of all.
And yes, that's his stance.
Standards and existence. His stance, well, we wouldn't say that's a category error. You realize that, right?
That's not a category error. That's his stance. Is he an individual?
No, you agreed. What is it? Do you know what a category error is?
No, please explain. How is it a category error?
So you don't know what a category error is?
Not well. If you believe it's a category error, then make the argument for it.
Yeah, so what a category error is, we're saying there's two different classes of things, and because you use a similar word, that means it automatically fits into that class and it follows all the same rules and behaviors of the thing from a totally different class. That's the category error happening. Okay, so because God is personal, that doesn't mean that everything changes on a whim. That's, again, a category error. God doesn't just change on a whim. That's not who and what
I'm not
God
saying
is.
he changes on a whim.
Well, you would say that that's not objective. And again, it would be objective because regardless of what we do, that is the state of affairs. So it's actually a mistake
again, just because he's unchanging, that doesn't make any like moral position that he has objective. It's still stance dependent.
Stance dependent doesn't mean it's not objective. Okay, this is the category error. This isn't an insult either.
Stance dependent by definition means it's not objective.
No,
so
it
logic
doesn't.
isn't objective?
No, wait, real quick. No, it doesn't. And so again, there's freshmen in my high school Sunday school class who have made this mistake for about 5 minutes and they realized it was a category error. If you want to just redefine things to be whatever you want, cool. You're just not going to understand anything being said.
Does God have a mind?
But again, A mind like human minds, or a
No, it
mind
doesn't
by
have to be.
analogy
It
that we
doesn't
predicate?
have to be a human mind. A mind.
What do you mean by mind? Because you're going to make the same category error again.
The ability to have a subjective experience.
No, God doesn't have subjective experiences. But God, by analogy, we say God does have a mind. So do you see
God
all
does
you're
not
doing is
have
category
subjective
errors?
experiences?
Correct.
You'd be temporal, dude.
I don't understand how being atemporal means you don't have a subjective experience.
God is omniscient, and he
Right, he's all-knowing.
surpasses all let me finish. No, let me finish. God surpasses, and God's knowledge surpasses any predication we make of it. That's why we speak apophatically. That's a word meaning by negation.
Okay.
So you're just going to keep making category error after
that's not
category
that's
error.
not a category
You're not
error.
going to
So
understand anything.
am
Wait,
I
how
God?
is it not a category? I just explained how it's
am
a
I
category
distinct
error.
from God?
Hey, calm down.
Am
calm
I
down,
a
Mr.
distinct
Gaines.
mind from God?
Mr. Gaines.
Am I a
Mr.
distinct
Gaines.
mind from God? Yes or no?
What is a category error again?
Am I a
Let's go
distinct
through the
mind from God?
definitions.
I don't care. Am I a
Are you just
distinct
going to
mind?
glitch out?
So
Am I a distinct mind? Am I
okay,
a
so you're
distinct mind?
dodging now.
Am I
Okay,
a
so you're
distinct?
dodging
I'm
now.
asking you again to see if you
answer.
understand what a category error is, because you just did it again.
Yeah, so category error means applying a different standard to a completely separate thing that doesn't make any fucking sense. Whatever, great. Does
Okay,
God
and
have
again,
a distinct mind from everyone else?
So now that you just went over that, I'm answering your question. So
Does God have
when
a
you say a
distinct
distinct
mind?
mind, I'm answering your question. Are you okay?
It's
Are
a
you gonna
yes
be
or
able
no
to
question.
just?
I don't know why it's taking you so long to
It's
say
not.
yes
It's
or no.
actually not a yes or no question, because there's things called loaded questions. Do you know what that is?
Okay, so how is
Did you
that a
stop
loaded
beating your
question?
wife? Have you stopped beating your wife? It's a yes or no question.
Yes, because she doesn't live with me anymore.
Okay. And then, okay, so you used to beat her because you said yes, you stopped beating her. So you just admitted to beating
Yeah.
her. So have you stopped looking at
How is that a loaded
My Little
question?
Pony porn?
How is that a
you
loaded
stopped looking at My Little
question?
Pony porn?
So you're dodging again.
Have
So
you
how
stopped
is me
beating your-
asking that a loaded question?
Because you say it's yes or no, and I say no,
Okay,
it's not a yes or no.
then I'm asking you, how is it a loaded question?
Because it's not a yes or no question, and you're trying to make
Yes,
me answer
and I'm
yes or no
asking
when I
you,
try to answer.
why is it not a loaded question?
Because distinct mind, again, is going to involve everything you assume of what minds are, what distinct mind is. We would say, sure, by analogy, God has a mind, and God, absolutely, we are distinct from God. We have our own modes of willing, our own personhood, all of that. But God doesn't have a mind like ours. We speak by analogy of God's
That's
mind.
fine. I
It's
can
not gonna be
acknowledge.
one-to-one.
I can
There's your
acknowledge
answer.
that God's mind is unique. What I'm asking you is, does God have his own distinct mind, unique and separate from everyone else?
Yeah, by analogy, yes.
What
God
do you
is
mean by
distinct, and
analogy? It's either yes or
because
no.
God doesn't. Again, do you remember what a loaded question is about?
That what
and I
you
just
did
answered it
not
again,
demonstrate
too.
that that's a loaded question. All you said was
It
God's
is a
mind is
loaded
different from
question,
everyone
and-
else's.
Yeah, and I said by analogy,
So-
yes, God. We would say God has a mind.
What is analogy? So what utility does analogy have in that sentence?
The utility there is saying that it's something that we're similar to, but it doesn't encapsulate. It doesn't encapsulate what this thing is.
I
Because
wasn't
God
asking you
transcends
to
all our predication.
encapsulate what God is. I'm just simply asking you,
What
does he
analogy,
have
man?
a
Dude, do you want to
distinct
get to your
mind?
actual argument, or are you just gonna like? I don't even know what your
Yeah, the
attempted
argument I
rhetoric is right
made,
now.
the argument I made is that God just has his own preference, just like everyone else. And if you're going to claim,
And there's the
good,
category error again. There's the category error again.
okay, no, there's no category error there.
What's a category error?
Why are you asking me that? There's no fucking
Because I
category
want you to
error. We
learn.
already
I
acknowledged
want you to
that
learn.
God's
What
mind
is a
is
category
different.
error?
It's unique. Yes, a cat's mind is different than a human mind. A dog's mind is different from a cow's mind. We know
And all
different
these
minds
things
are
you're saying
different.
are all created class of things that don't dictate the rest of reality. Vegan gains.
Yes, but the issue that I brought up with Jim Bob was that if he's defining good as God's nature, then that
Well,
would.
we wouldn't define good as just God's nature. But God
Not
is
all
good
that
by
is.
nature. Yeah, again, it's
Yeah, so
but
if
so
if
uh-huh.
well, wait, then that creates the problem. If God is good by nature, then what makes God good?
Well, no, you don't understand. You're trying to do the Euthyphro
Right,
dilemma,
so you're
but saying God
equivocating.
is good. But are you
Let
gonna
him
let me
answer, dude.
finish? Are you gonna let me answer?
Was I interrupting you?
Yeah, you
Yes.
were.
I
Can you
wasn't.
apologize to Jim
You
Bob?
just kept saying over and over again, are you going to let
Can
me
you
finish?
apologize? Can you call Jim Bob sir? Just real quick. Hello? Hello?
Did you
Are you
have
dodging?
anything to say, or like you sounded
Yeah,
like you
so
were going to
again, so
say something,
saying
but you keep distracting and keep
well,
trying to
you
dodge.
keep interrupting and you won't call Jim
I'm
Bob
not
sir.
interrupting. I was literally not talking, and then you kept saying hello,
All right,
hello,
just call
hello.
him sir and I'll know it's
No,
okay to go on.
I'm not playing games. So say whatever you wanted to
Okay,
say.
it's not a game. It's just okay. All right, sorry, Jim Bob. But
Good.
no, again, saying that oh, God is good by nature. Sure, yeah, we can say that, but we're not saying, oh, God's nature is this thing. We don't predicate about it. That's all going to be by analogy, and goodness is inherent to all of God's energies, and goodness is also us participating with him. There's multiple senses of these things,
Right. So
but
you're
there's nothing
equivocating.
above. Are you, there's no equivocation here. I literally equivocating is saying you're using this term, you must mean this. I
Yeah.
just
So
differentiated.
can
I did the
you
opposite of equivocating.
make a
Are you
formalized
dumb?
argument for what makes God good? Make a formalized argument.
What
It's
Why
like
would I need to give
P1,
you any type of
P2,
formula?
Q
Why would I need to do that?
to prove so that I
Give
could
me a
prove that
reason
you're
why I
equivocating.
ought. Hey, give me a reason why I
So you
ought
can't make an
give
argument.
you an argument.
So you're
Can you give me
using
a
good
reason
in
I
two
ought?
completely different senses. You're using
Dude,
good as
I literally just said, have you ever said dude before? Have you ever said kid before?
You mean goat when you said kid?
Yeah,
you're using
exactly.
good in
Do you think
two.
words only have one meaning, Vegan Gains?
Yeah,
In
well,
any context?
no, they don't. But that's what an equivocation
That's
is.
not equivocation is. No, equivocation is you assuming I must be
You're
using it the same
using
way all the time.
no, you're using you're using the same word in two different ways and equivocating the two definitions.
No, I differentiated that there's multiple contexts and ways you can use a term.
Yes, I
That's the
understand
opposite of
that.
equivocation.
The issue is that you're equivocating.
Is this what you've gotten reduced to, where you just try to avoid
Okay.
any actual argumentation, that you just
Okay.
like, you just want to go in circles till
So
your opponent just laughs at you?
do you think it might be useful to maybe just make a formalized argument so that you can maybe be more clear and concise and we can
I give
continue
you
the
any
conversation?
formalized argument?
So you don't
Why
want so
ought
you
I give
don't
you?
actually want
No,
to
I don't need
progress
to.
the conversation.
I don't need to make.
So
I
do
do
you
want to
want to
progress it. I've
progress
asked
the
you basic
conversation or
questions,
not?
but you're trying to just say, "Oh, I only will do things in this way." Why?
So
Why would I even give you the time to do that when you say, "Wait, let me
every
finish." Hey,
time
stop.
every
Vegan
time
Gains,
I ask
calm
you to
down.
clarify, you
I'm
just
gonna go and
interrupt.
talk
So
whiny
look,
like
if you want to
and then
clarify your
just,
position
we
and
can
progress the
just.
conversation, I would appreciate it if you just made a formalized argument.
That's great that you appreciate it, but why do you do that?
I would really appreciate
So
it
you
if
don't
you told me
actually
why
want
I
to be
ought do
understood.
anything.
So you don't want to
Dude,
be understood.
Why ought he be understood? You're not understanding.
You're
what he's
not
saying.
even understanding the argument that was made to you, and then you ran from it, and then got packed up on basic
I'm just
category errors
simply
and
asking
equivocation.
you to formalize the argument for what makes
Can you give
God
me a
good.
formalized presentation of why I ought give you a formalized argument?
Okay, so you're not interested in actually being understood and convincing anybody. You just want to waste time.
Well, no. I think, to be honest, Vegan Gains, I think you're an extremely low IQ person who hates children and your audience.
No.
I'm telling you what I think.
You're a low
No,
IQ
I don't
person
think
who
that.
knows if you tried to formalize an argument, it would lead to an equivocation. So that's why you keep dodging.
No, that's literally not it.
No,
Vegan Gains. I'm
you just
telling you what
keep
I
dodging.
think.
You won't make a formalized argument because you know it would lead to an equivocation.
No, is this what he's become? I haven't seen him since Jay and my brother.
Why are
This
you
is what he
unable to
does
make
now?
a formalized argument for what makes God good? It's
Nothing
because you
makes
know it would
God good.
result in it. Okay,
Hey,
so God
hey,
isn't
video
good.
games.
Okay, there we go. Nothing makes God good.
No,
Oh,
no,
you're so
that's not.
stupid. Okay, wait, let me slow him down. It's really sad, man.
God isn't good. You just
try
admitted it.
to
Oh well.
I
That's
said
not the same
nothing
thing.
makes God good. Does something make me a human besides being a human?
Nothing makes God good. So God could rape kids, and then that would
I
be
asked him the
fine.
same thing. Dude,
No,
follow
vegan
TOS, dude.
games. Wow.
Follow
No.
TOS, okay?
Yeah, he's a this is
Starting
sad,
debate
man.
now.
I know, he just
Dude,
makes me sad. It's
All you
pathetic. So
have
vegan
to
games.
do is make a formalized. Is just
Vegan games.
formalize
You
your
just straw
argument.
man. You need to
All you have
listen
to
for a
do
moment,
is
little
make a
guy.
formalized argument for why you think. What?
Buddy, real quick, I know things get really like frustrating with people, but when we're out on the playground with other people outside of our vegan community where we joke about stomping babies' heads, we want to actually engage in
I
arguments,
never
little guy.
talked about stomping
So,
babies'
no, it's okay.
heads.
I've seen you do it a million times, actually. I
Well,
have
I'm not
clips of
doing
you
that
from
here.
years
You're
ago.
the one who
Yeah,
brought it
so,
up. I don't know what this has to do with your argument that
no,
what makes
little
God
buddy,
good.
I know, little guy.
What
I'm
makes
just
God
trying
good?
to like.
So can you
And I know
please make a
there's a
formalized
lot of
argument
feelings.
of what makes
There's a
God
lot of
good?
feelings.
You won't do it
There's a lot of
because you know it
feelings.
leads to an equivocation.
Wait,
You got to stop interrupting.
Pause for a second. Chase, when you ask what makes God good, do you understand that Chase and myself have rejected the question because we don't hold that anything makes God good? You understand?
He's just gonna say, "Oh, so God's not good." 'cause
So
he's
his nature
really
doesn't.
stupid.
So his nature doesn't make him good. No, he's just not good.
It doesn't make
Did we
him
say?
good.
Sorry, Jim Bob.
Beautiful, dude. Well, it's just the thing is like the question you're asking assumes there's a process or some sort of thing God's independent of that makes him good. That's why it's a loaded question. We reject the form of the question. Maybe you could reformat the question and we might answer it. But
So,
you
okay,
saying
then-
what makes hold on a second. This reason Chase and I brought this up to you, you said, is there anything that makes you a human other than your nature? The nature is that you're human. It's a silly question. Nothing makes you. You are universally, there's a category that you are that's human. That's like saying, is there anything that an avocado makes it an avocado and not something else? You would reject the form of the question, right? So maybe reformat the question.
I see that as disanalogous because you're talking about you're talking about descriptive statements.
No, we're talking about an uncreated thing that nothing else moves upon. Okay? And to say something, what makes something good is going to put a standard above God himself.
So when
nothing is above. And dude, are you
Yeah,
just
sure.
gonna interrupt? I know there's a lot of feelings running around right now, big guy. It's summer.
You seem
you know,
to be
I
the one
know,
more triggered
like,
than me. You're the one who keeps
No, I
talking
know,
about
I know
babies
there's a
and
lot of
shit.
feelings. No, I know there's
Just
a
let
lot
him
of feelings.
answer,
Let's
dude.
just let's just I
Talk
know
more
there's a lot of
update.
feelings. I know feelings are tough to deal with sometimes. But so when you say something makes something else, right? Well, you're talking about what's uncreated. So right there, the question itself is broken. So again, we're getting to trying to get to actual nuanced understanding of what this is and what it means, but you're too busy just going, oh, so nothing makes him, so he's not. It's literally not what we said. It's either you're bad faith, which I know you
Yeah,
are, or you're
so I
stupid,
think
which I also know you are.
So I think I understand the misunderstanding here. We're talking about a quality of something. So God has the quality of being good.
Even that is too much predication because
so
goodness,
God
like
doesn't
I said,
have the quality of being good. Okay, so
Dude,
God is not good.
is that what I said, little guy?
Yes.
Answer vegan gains. Bad faith.
So-
you ask a question, he starts answering, you interrupt him and skip to a conclusion you want to make. Shut up, dude, for a second.
Well,
Let him answer.
here's kind of what I think. I think that after recess, maybe like some dodgeball or you play like tetherball out on the playground.
Keep
I think maybe the
yapping.
feelings.
Huh.
Are you? I know there's a lot of feelings. I know.
So many feelings. Dodgeball.
Do you want to talk about them?
Yeah. You know, I find it really like hurtful that you keep like dodging my questions and not answering and keep bringing up irrelevant stuff. Could you like just maybe stick to the topic? I'd appreciate it.
Is that all the feelings you wanted to get out?
Yeah,
Okay. Well, I'm glad the feelings were shared, feelings were
that's
heard.
good.
So again, do you think you can use words in different contexts like kid or dude? Have you ever said kid or dude before?
Does God have the quality of being good?
Why
Yes
are you
or
asking
not?
me a question when I'm trying to illustrate your category
Yes,
errors?
you
Why,
can
okay, are you
can
incapable
use
of
words
actually
in
trying
different
to engage?
contexts.
Have you ever used words in different contexts, or
Oh
depending
my
on the
god.
context, they have a
What
different
are you
meaning?
doing?
Have
Get
you?
down! Get down! Get down! My cat keeps fucking jumping on my monitor. Get down!
A lot of feelings, big guy. I know. A lot of feelings today. So, why are you asking me a question when I'm trying to walk you through that words have different meanings in different contexts?
What does this have to do with
Is he just
anything?
gone? This guy's a waste. He's just gotten dumber over the years, and
Yeah, that's great.
yeah,
So
there's
what does
nothing
this have to
there.
do
Just
anything? Does
pray
God
for him,
have the quality of being good? Yes or no?
He just told you he rejects the thing called equality. That's reducing it to a certain paradigm that he rejects. Do you understand that?
Okay, so
He doesn't understand. He's not going to care. But
so
I think
right.
you know
So
it could be help. You know it could help if you put him in like team sports. He could get some energy out, and he could learn like cooperation, like military, like soccer. You know what I mean? He'll learn how to like engage with
right.
other kids and
So
stuff because he's just got a lot of feelings.
so you can't define what
Well,
good is.
the thing is, and I'll end with this because it's just going to loop, is that Vegan Gains, during the conversation, you agreed that God's existence wouldn't be identical to created existences. So once you granted that, all of this stuff you're doing now and trying to challenge, you're actually going against the thing you already you agreed to, which is God's ontology, his very existence wouldn't be identical to the existence of created things like humans. Therefore, it's not a big jump. It shouldn't be controversial for you to go, well, yeah, if God exists in a particular way that's unique to God, that's not like these other things. It doesn't follow that they're completely unlike each other entirely, that one's not reflective of the other. And if you granted that, it's not a big jump to say, well, if God did have a mind, it wouldn't be identical to the mind of a human being, but it could be reflective. So you already granted the distinction between God's peculiarity in his own existence, not even a category, because it's not even a set of gods, it's his God. And that's not like created things, but you've spent the whole time, Vegan Gains, trying to argue by transposing human things like minds or preferences onto God.
Okay, what I'm
That's all you
gathering from
did.
this is you're basically saying God is just the way he is, and you can't call it good or bad. He just is the way he is, and if he is just the way he is, then I could either take that as being good or bad. There's no objective like facts about God there's no objective facts about good or bad that you can point to say God either is good or bad. It's all a matter of preference and taste, sort of like pineapple on pizza.
No, that's not what I said. That nothing that I just said actually even pointed to something as particular as that at all. You just don't listen. You're just a bad faith interlocutor. You don't listen. You're not interested in listening.
No, I have tried my best to listen, and I've even asked you to make formalized. Well, not you specifically. I've even asked
Tell me what I said
there.
then. Tell me what I said then if you listened. What did I just say that you didn't respond to? What did I just say just now?
I've lost it now because my cat keeps fucking around on my desk. I think he's hungry, and it's distracting the fuck out of me. I think I have ADHD.
No problem. All right, well, I'm going to wrap this up. Thanks for jumping on, Vegan
All right.
Gains.
Yeah, take care. Oh my god, that was brutal.
Oh
Dude.
god, I really thinks you did that once again. These kinds of people are dumb.
Oh my god, Gummy is so fucking annoying. He kept jumping on my fucking monitor and tearing around on my desk.
Also, if our circumstances determine what we want, wouldn't that alone go against the concept of free will?
Yeah, I guess. Oh my god. That was just insane. They were saying just absolute gobbledygook. But yeah, I simply asked him, what makes God good? And then he said, well, God is good by nature. And then it took like, what, an hour for him to admit being good by nature just simply entails having like a certain set of preferences. And if just being good by nature means you have a certain set of preferences, then anything could be good. I'm good. I'm good by nature. Like, oh my god. So he literally just accepted moral realism, and then that next guy came in who literally couldn't even make an argument, and he ended up equivocating, just like Jim Bob, where he was trying to say, like, God is, sorry, he used two different phrases. It was God is good by nature and I've lost it now. Dude, that stupidity fried my brain. Basically, the problem was they're equivocating, and they're using good in two different senses. They're using good to mean some kind of, like, they're moral realists, I think. They're using good as, like, some sort of, why do I keep hearing these fucking notifications? Shut up! Oh my god! They're using good as, like, something about the, like, there's just objective facts about the world that are either good or bad. And then they're using, like, good as whatever is in alignment with God's preferences. And I don't know. I was arguing this topic for too long. I can't even gather my thoughts now. Oh, it's so bad. But you all saw it. You get it. Jim Bob was basically... I got him to admit that God is good because he just has his own set of preferences that he decides is good. And there's no objective facts about God that make him good. Because if there were, you would have to you would have to prove that there are certain qualities that encompass good that are outside of God. So that would mean, like, God would have to be constrained to, like, having certain characteristics, but he didn't say that, or whatever. I don't care. I'm done. Like, just go back and watch the debate. I think I'm just, like, hungry and tired now. Oh. This is frustrating me. I'm just trying to think of the dialogue. What makes God good? Well, God is good by nature. Well, does that entail that he has certain preferences? Yes, that entails that he has certain preferences. So being good just means he creates his own set of preferences. Ta-da! Moral realism. That's basically it. And then they tried to, like, reject that, and then they said, no, God is good outside of him creating his own set of preferences. And then again, if that's the case, then what makes him good? And they couldn't answer, and then the new guy jumped in and then just started just being a complete fucking cocksucker, and then he refused to make a formalized argument. And then they just did the normal Christian jibber jabber. He transcends all, he's all-knowing, all-wise, blah blah blah.
Asked ChatGPT to formalize the argument that God is good. It relies on the initial premise that moral language is only meaningful if grounded in and revealed from an unchanging, unified nature. Revealing this premise shows how vulnerable the argument is.
Yeah, so if God is good just because he doesn't change, then if it's in God's nature to want, like, children to be raped, then child rape is good. So, like, again, that's not what Christians really conceptualize good to be, right? So it's just silly. What they really want to say, like again, the point is, the only reason people think God is good is because to them, their own preferences align with God. At the end of the day, the only reason anybody thinks anything is good is because whatever they think is good aligns with their preferences. So God is no better than you, better than me. Like he's no more good than anyone else. It's all just preference based, and I got Jim Bob to admit that. And I think he didn't even realize it. Well, thanks for the donation, retard. Anyway. Moving on.
Reproductive systems into a baby. Fallopian glands that from the ovary. Or the procedure another just above your pubic bone. You will remain awake for its duration. If you are having a laparoscopic tubal ligation, your doctor will begin by making a tiny incision near your belly button and another just above your pubic bone. Your doctor will then inject carbon dioxide, a harmless gas, cavity, allowing your doctor to clearly see microscope projectile instruments or dissolving small incision just stitches. Tubal ligation.
So what was the procedure that Rafaela got? Like, I know she went to the hospital and had something done. Somebody said they knew, but then they never told me. Alex O'Connor put out a new video. He sat there and let a dude tell him eating animals is acceptable if it's just one bad day, and the same doesn't go for humans because they're human. Yeah, that makes sense. He's kind of a lazy retard.
Once again, Christians are nut jobs.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they really are. That was particularly annoying when he started talking about what is truth. I know that whole game had nothing to do with what we're talking about. So, I can say this. If God is real, I'm better than him, because if I were God, children wouldn't get raped, so... Apparently, according to Christians, I'm better than their God. I would let people have gay sex, though, so I don't know, maybe that counterbalances it in their mind. Okay, I'll feed you. Jesus Christ. Okay, Gummy needs food. I'll be right back. Fuck me, dude. All right. Dude, I am super hypoglycemic right now from the human growth hormone. Slip-cocked only 2 hours when I was 19. I fucked a 44-year-old woman. Is that okay? Yeah, it's fine. She said I looked young, but she still fucked me, and I'm a white boy, and she was a thick black chocolate girl. I enjoyed it. Is she weird, though? She may have been bordering with the law on this one. Are you, like, fucking retarded? You realize 19 is a legal adult, you dumb fuck? Thanks for the donation, stupid.
So Turnabol is basically 4-chlorodianabol. There's a hydroxyl group on carbon-17, there's a methyl group on carbon-17, there's a chlorine bound to carbon-4, there's a double bond from between 4 and 5, and there's a double bond between 1 and 2. So it's basically equipoise without an ester, but with a methyl group, which makes it basically dianabol, only it has a chlorine bound to carbon-4. Now, a lot of what the typical morons are going to think is, because it's got a chlorine, but it's dianabol, it's going to work like dianabol. And this is why stupid people shouldn't do steroids, is that that's not.
Also asking what is true is like questioning if bamboo is a stable part of a panda's diet. Just crazy nonsense.
What do you want? I just fed you! Holy fuck, you have food, you have water, what do you want from me? Dude!
We are empty space with a pattern of energy flowing through us. They say soul, we say consciousness. We don't know where consciousness comes from. They say God, we say energy. Theists would say their soul comes from God. We don't know how energy is created. A temporality doesn't make God's will incomparable, it's what makes it the unchanging standard our human will can be measured against. Most people are morally superior to God because they wouldn't allow child rape, as God's will does, expressed temporally.
Okay, that's all very good. Thanks for the donation, Zed and Retard. Dude. I feel overwhelmed.
That's not how it works, though. That the chlorine basically prevents it from converting into estrogen. It prevents it from converting into DHT. It doesn't really work like on dianabol. It seems to be a very clean, pure anabolic steroid. It's liver toxic, but not as liver toxic as dianabol. The data is confusing about its half-lives. Injectable supposedly has like a 16-hour half-life. Orals typically have about an 8. D-ball typically has like a 4 because it shows up in doping tests. Because for some reason, MMA athletes, they're not the smartest on average when it comes to nutrition or steroids. And they all like this Turnabol bullshit. And it's not like it's a good performance enhancing drug. It seems to be just a purely anabolic drug. So it's the worst thing you'd want to take in a weight class division, because it drives you up the weight class to where you're fighting bigger people, but you're not any better at anything. So now, of course, people who will say, like, I'm an MMA fighter and I've used Turnabol.
You think I look natural, do you? Well, regardless, I'd say I do look pretty good natural. I've only been on steroids for 11 days. So I'd say fairly good so far.
And it was great. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying anabolic steroids aren't better than nothing. I'm saying that Turnabol doesn't make as much sense as, let's say, Anavar, because Anavar is purely performance. Anavar is perfect in every way. No way are you ever going to find an oral steroid that's better than Anavar. And you're pretty much a moron for using something.
Yeah, I'm gonna game later.
Different because there's a better alternative. It's the same situation I ran into with the nandrolone crowd. There were so many people angry at me because I didn't agree that nandrolone was the greatest thing since sliced bread. And my point wasn't that nandrolone is better than nothing.
Yeah, I'm such a retard. I literally took steroids 11 days ago, but I don't look like Ronnie Coleman. Oh my god. Why would I even bother taking steroids if they don't instantly make me gain 100 pounds?
course, if your
Fucking
choices
dumbass.
are being natural or being on DECA, use DECA. But there's so many better choices than DECA. Why the fuck would you use it? Whatever your goal is with DECA, there's something better. Whatever your goal is with Tren, there's something better. That don't ever use something that has side effects, because there are plenty of steroids that don't have side effects, that have the same effect you're looking for, but have no side effects. So you'd be a moron to use something that has side effects, but they've already.
I'm on testosterone and growth hormone. So I started with a dose of 30 milligrams per day. I ended up getting inflammation in the gland underneath my nipple, so I've reduced it to 20 milligrams a day, and I just started taking an AI to get the inflammation down. Second day I've taken the AI, and it's almost completely gone, so...
used it, so they get butthurt because I'm calling them a moron. And that's what I truly, from the bottom of my heart, if you can get away with using a drug and not have any side effects, great, good for you, don't listen. But I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to the exception. I'm not talking to the outliers. I'm talking to people right up the middle. And the majority of people are going to have side effects with D-ball. The majority of people are going to have side effects with DECA. Majority of people are going to have side effects with Tren. Majority of people will not.
Feelings, big guy, don't need tellers, get 4 gummy. That does look hilarious. VG when injecting roids.
Still for me, okay?
Oh yeah, ow, ow,
Okay.
what the heck, bro?
It's okay, it's okay. Ready?
Oh,
Grab his hand.
heck yeah! Heck yeah!
All right.
That kid's excited. He's gonna be a heroin addict one day.
Don't touch it. Here, let me hold my hand.
Just
Don't touch it,
do
but-
it!
Just do it. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, boy, that's what I'm talking about! Yeah.
Dude.
I don't like the definition AV uses for veganism. Gary even says veganism isn't about stopping lions, he is literally folding under the heat a bit. How are your romantic relationships going?
Just fine, I guess.
Talking to G about his stance on lions and zebras, and I got an interesting story from him.
First of all, stop hating on zebras, but this is just a theory. My goal is a vegan world for human beings, getting rid of exploitation and humans are...
Dude, he said the same thing in the interview I did with him. I don't know why you're... It's not that deep. Thanks for the donation, Poopy. I don't know why anybody freaks out getting, a needle for drawing blood. That kid's a fucking pussy. It's not a big fucking deal. Like, dude, I've gotten blood drawn when I was a little kid. I didn't give a shit. It's a little pinprick. Like, give me a fucking break. Dude, the amount of times, like, I've fallen, like, so hard on my bike and, like, just ripped skin open and shit. Like, I've cut myself really fucking bad doing shit. Like, by the time you're 5 years old and you have to get, like, blood drawn at a doctor, like, having a little needle pinprick is like nothing. I've already been hurt so much fucking worse. These kids are just fucking pussies. React. Let me see.
Food just found a way to...
Why the... I don't know why Instagram has to do that, where everything is just so loud and you can't change the volume.
hack Ozempic, and they're doing it in secret. The story is actually crazy. Okay, so there's a food...
Also, if God was real, why the fuck would he let horrific stuff like this happen to sweet little animals like this?
Previously on Garden State Tortoise. Holy cow.
They've had her since May of 77.
Do you know what she was fed?
Cat food and lettuce and whatever.
Oh.
She's in good shape.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Oh.
What the heck is going on back here?
Oh, poor turtle. Oh my god. Those people should be shot and killed or hung, drawn, and quartered. Yeah, seriously. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
food laboratory in Northern California called Matson that is, quote unquote, creating the future of food. It's run by this guy named Justin Shimmick, PhD. So you know he is a smart guy, and he has monetized his intelligence quite well. It says for nearly 50 years, Mattson has conceptualized, developed, branded, and scaled hundreds of product lines, and in the process created billions of dollars in revenue for clients. And right now, their clients, Big Food, is asking them to do experiments that will reformulate ingredients so that their food can bypass the effects of Ozempic, Wegovy, and other GLP-1 weight loss drugs. Because from a financial perspective, people on these weight loss drugs are buying less food. Walmart CEO John Fernand recently told Bloomberg News that the company is seeing signs that people taking GLP-1 agonist appetite suppressant medications are buying, quote, less units, slightly less calories, which equals less profit. New York Times has reported that sales are down in sweet baked goods and snacks, and the industry is weathering a downturn. That's a big problem for these food executives. So in response, the food companies are designing what they call GLP-1 optimized products. In layman's terms, they're trying to make the food more addictive, even more addictive than they already are, because we know that food is already pretty addictive. Quote, there is little the industry hasn't tried to keep health-conscious consumers eating. Companies can seal clouds of nostalgic aromas into packaging.
Oh my god, that's great. So the guy basically is saying horseshit and nothing and wasting our time so that you get more audience retention. Yeah, I can see through your fucking trick, buddy. Go fuck yourself.
From China. So I'm in a grocery store right now, and I wanted to show you how the American tariffs are affecting Chinese customers. So it's gonna get some.
Yeah, great. Nobody cares. Restricted video. Can't watch that. Thanks for the donation, though. Feelings, big guy.
Know the future just by crunching some numbers. It would be quite a superpower. From what we understand, most physics laws.
You sounded and looked optically horrible in that debate. I can assure you, you didn't convince a single person that didn't already agree with you to adopt any of your beliefs. You looked like an absolute clown and even made veganism look bad. Jackass.
All right, that's great. Appreciate the donation, 21st.
Laws are fundamentally reversible. This means that if you reverse the direction of time in the equations, they remain valid, and the physical laws they describe still hold. So people.
Yeah, I've never had any issues with getting blood drawn or, you know, needles or anything. The only thing I don't like about injecting steroids is sometimes when I pin into my shoulder, my muscle starts twitching like crazy. I don't know if like I'm hitting a nerve or something, but sometimes the muscle just starts spasming and it just feels really weird. Like I did something wrong. Give me a second, gotta call a friend back. Okay, whatever. I'll see if he calls me later. Dodo Donatillers, we already watched this Arvin Ash video yesterday, but did you forget because you were busy texting someone? Oh yeah, we did. I think you wanted me to watch
When it comes
something. Is there another video?
Do you still watch hentai? Don't you think that shit is why a lot of people are attracted to young girls? Every time I see some CP-loving faggot, it's always the anime lover. Let them be hung.
No, people watch porn based on their preferences. You don't just watch porn and then that alters your preferences. So, like, if somebody sent you a video of, like, fucking scat porn and, like, there's two girls shitting in each other's mouths, are you gonna, like, suddenly become a scat fetishist? Like, no, people watch that because they're interested in it. So if you're watching CP, you're watching it because you're interested in CP, not because you came across CP in some form or something adjacent, and then it flipped a bit in your brain, and then, oh, I'm attracted to children now. Thanks for the donation. What is this?
I don't care. I ain't gotta see these people a day in my life. Yes, mom.
I ain't hear no name.
Oh,
alright, bad. Oh, alright. Yeah.
Okay. What animal could I survive against for 20 minutes? I would say probably the lion would be your best shot, then the grizzly bear, then the tiger, then the hippo. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Oh wait, there's another one.
This is the country of Myanmar.
Okay, I can take a look at that. Thanks, Dodo.
You know, it's a miracle animals like this turtle still somehow manage to survive even after being kept on a kitchen floor for 50 years. It's no wonder reptiles like this avoid extinction for millions of years.
Yeah, kind of. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
If that's the case, then why do these Christian nut jobs insist that being gay is a cussy?
Probably because they're gay. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I appreciate it. Dude, I'm getting so horny on test, it's like almost an actual problem. At least my abs look good. But girls in my DMs are taking up a little bit too much of my time. Thanks for the
Sometimes also referred to as
yeah.
Burma, and it really only appears as a functioning.
Oh my god, this is 43 minutes long. Okay, let's watch the...
And if you're making me mad, like, why are you doing that? Like, hug a person like me. I came out of hell. Like, when I'm off, hug me and say, hey, calm down.
It has to be, not just because you went through something, we have to tiptoe and conform to it.
I am not the first person who starts popping off. On God. On the Lord.
Peggy Watson, that cream of some young guy loving piece of shit, just teamed up with another piece of shit. You guys may know him. That flat-faced fucker, Jack the Shithead Doherty, who I like to call Jack Epstein, because honestly, when you see what he does with those girls, I don't see the difference. Well, this time, they were doing a lot of things together. They went shopping, they were holding hands, they even were playing with the kitty toys together. They were going up and down, jumping all over each other. They were having a great old time. Wes even let this moron drive his Bugatti, a $5 million car. Why would he let him drive it, right? Well, you know, we all know how he's selling it. Maybe he just wants an insurance claim, because we know Jack Doherty's history with crashing cars. But then after, they went to Wes's house, and that's where the whole shit show started, because Wes and Angie started fighting like some shit I never seen.
I'm in a different city, bitch. What's up now? We're at the house, and I'm wanting my dick sucked, and I can't get my fucking dick sucked. I'm pissed. Well, get the fuck out of here. Be by yourself. It's like, dude, I'll fucking come down the street and saw your head off. What are you talking? I'll fucking kill everybody. Leave me the fuck alone, you know? Like, if I'm gonna fight a chick, I might as well just throw her in the water.
So you're not just gonna need one bag of popcorn, but you're gonna need two when I show you exactly what happened.
And I mean, I built my life off fucking caring not enough about others that I put myself in the line of fire. And me and Jack put ourselves in the line of fire every day. You don't walk in our shoes and take all the heat we take all day. People talk shit to me all day. It's like, dude, I'll fucking come down the street and saw your head off, motherfucker. What are you talking about?
So remember how I said in my last video, you know, we figured out that Wes loves the channel. He watches my videos. Well, now I realized he's listening to my advice too, because remember how I told him, you know, he should stop lying and just tell the truth? Well, on this live stream, he starts ratting on himself. So they start the stream, of course, going shopping. I mean, what's with these men going shopping to all these bougie places together? You guys remember the last time we saw Little Pump Man, Wes's little boyfriend, right? And they were shopping, walking around the mall proud with those purses, going to those bougie places.
Yeah,
well, now he does the same shit with Jack the Shithead. So while they're shopping, you know, Jack is sticking his stupid head in the display cases. He comes across this piece of jewelry, and it looks like a pair of handcuffs, right? It's $100,000. He shows it to Wes, and look what he says. I think he knows he's fucked.
That one's for you. Yeah, the handcuffs are fire. You should get a handcuff.
Yeah, you should get a handcuff. I was gonna have someone make me one a while ago.
You should get a handcuff. Yeah.
I'll probably go back to prison anyways.
Remember how I, you know, pointed out that this asshole doesn't like paying his taxes? He owes millions for 2023. Well, watch right here in this footage, because he admits it, the asshole.
I gotta pay taxes, you know?
How do you do that? Fuck that.
Right? Like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, I'm trying to think, like...
I got 805 in this account, bro. That's a big account.
I mean...
That's like my fun account. Because that's what I pay my maids and my chick with.
Shit. That's tough. I'm like 805.
That's like my spending account.
Got so no taxes?
No.
Turn the cameras off. Yeah, facts.
We got. Let me get you guys. Don't worry. I've been to state prison, so white collar prison ain't much to me. Go up to state with the feds, chain out with Martha Stewart for a little bit, ain't nothing. Oh boy. Rather than pay them my fucking money, they're tripping how much money they want from me. Holy shit. Yeah. And then I use creative ways to get rid of it. They get mad at that. I'm like, no, I can totally buy that Phantom. It's a Section 179. It's a free vehicle. What are you talking about? We got the payment too.
Yeah, Mom. Fuck you talking about?
Everything's advertising.
Facts.
What girls in your DMs, bro? You mean transvestites and gross ugly dykes like Jasmine DMing you? So no smoking hot high school aged Chinese vegan girls like a certain somebody can pull. You don't have the charm or charisma. You can't get cute girls. Show DM.
No. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
Well, watch advertising.
True. What about the house?
House advertising. Everything's advertising.
Then, the most recent thing. Remember how we caught him, you know, trying to hide that he's selling the Bugatti? Well, I think he realized he's caught, right? He can't fuck around, and he finally admits it.
And like Bugattis have dropped a lot. People saw me like trying to sell mine. I was just seeing what I could get for it. I sell all my cars. They're always like, "You're selling your car?" It's like, dude, we sell all our cars. You fucking idiot. Who keeps their cars?
And I like to switch it out. I gotta sell mine, switch it out. Just losing money. Like, how much would you lose if you sold it right now?
I'm like $1 million or something, but I mean, I still get like $1 million back.
Damn, losing $1 million on a car is crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, it was like a legendary thing I got to do in my life.
So by seeing that, I think you guys can see this asshole watches the channel and is starting to listen to the things I say, because listen, like I always said, all right, you're better off, no matter how bad a lie is, right? It could be the worst thing in the world, but you're better off telling the person the truth than getting caught in the lie. So that shows you this asshole is finally maybe taking a little bit of my advice. So this is where you guys, remember I said you're going to need some snacks, you know, goobers, milk duds, Skittles, popcorn. You're going to need something, because they took Jack back to the house, right? And then Wes and Angie, they put on a shit show like something I've never seen before. And the whole footage was like an hour and a half long, and I took it and I cut it down to 12 minutes. And you guys know I'm always gonna make a video to give people the best viewer experience. I'm not gonna open my mouth and cut up the footage and talk in between if I don't think it's needed. And this is one of those times. So before I play this footage, just by watching it, right? This is a person that needs help. A person that's crying for help. And a person that's completely opposite of the alpha man that he does. I think this is a different side of Wes, and I'm very curious to see what you guys have to say.
Guys are like, do I still want to hit it or not? That's the only thing guys care about. I would say that's your it's like, do I still want to hit it? Do I want to see her win? Like, is she hot enough for me to want to be with? Do I want her to win? That's fine. And guys don't care if you understand who they are. They just don't give a fuck.
I know, but
Because
you're a
men
man
know
who
who they
wants
are.
to be with the woman. You want to be intimate with
I know,
her.
we want to show women how
Little
just
things that you
women
wanna
need to validate
validate
themselves.
You're saying I'm irreplaceable on this and that.
No, I said we're all
And
irreplaceable.
everyone-
She only heard that I said I am. I said we're all irreplaceable. I said we all are, right?
Passive aggressive right now.
I said we all are.
Passive aggressive right now. That's why I addressed that. I directed it towards him. But
I said we're all
everyone is individually
irreplaceable.
unique. So when you're curious and you ask the person that you're interested in, that will build a rapport and a good intimate moment, and where that builds safety.
There's not
And
one
then
woman that I've ever met that could tell you what they really need their solution is. What is your solution for me? What would I do to be emotionally more available for you?
And it depends on the circumstance.
See how the
if I need a moment to myself because I'm spread thin with different things, and I say, hey, I need a break, I need a from my day, even though to you it doesn't look like work, but I have an emotional or a mental overload of all the things I have to do with kids, and I'm like, it has nothing to do with you. I just need a minute. I just need you to respect that, and that would help me a lot. That's it.
Well, I can do that. I'm just going to start doing more streams with people and different people. I'll make it so you want me more. Watch. I'll play that game double time. I'm in a different city, bitch. What's up now? I'm fucking Bugatti, bitch. What's up? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but that's just so immature.
No, it's not even a game. The only way guys, it's not a game.
You just
The only way guys cannot get what they want is to do something else. They have to redirect their energy. So if I really want to be with you physically and you're too tired, then I have to fucking go do something else to where I'm distracted. So I have to go do something with Jack and I might forget. If I'm at the house and you're at the house and I'm wanting my dick sucked and I can't get my fucking dick sucked, I'm pissed. Like,
Yeah,
fuck,
pissed.
you know?
Like,
And so this is the thing.
Then go find another bitch. Be like, fine, no.
Dude. Like, there's a child there. Like, why would you talk like this in front of a child? Like, and this isn't a baby either. Like, old enough to use a tablet and understand words. Like, that's just so fucked.
I'm not trying to say like that. She didn't know what we're saying. She said in front of the baby.
Well, try but just a little bit of, just a little bit.
I was going to say PJ, but I forgot to. Alone time, baby doesn't know what we're saying. The whole thing is it's words. So I mean, it's the reality of life. So I mean,
Exactly.
I'm just not jaded to reality. It wouldn't bother me either way if people heard the words at 2, 5, 6, 12 or whatever. I was literally around drugs at that age.
I have different views, so that's why sometimes we beg.
Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, my views got me further.
Different
So I'm just saying,
values,
this whole thing is,
different
the way I
values,
think and the way I operate got me way further. So when you guys really want to learn how to level up as women, you have to listen to the people who got way further than you and how they got way further.
Yeah, that's what I was the conversation I was having with Christy yesterday, word for word.
No, but this is the thing. Fuck it. I don't have to like everything about anybody. I'd be fucking stupid to think I would. You really think you're gonna like everything about everyone? What the fuck's the matter with you? Like, and if you're gonna nitpick the shit you don't like, well then get the fuck out of here and be by yourself. Like, dude, I'm not gonna nitpick the shit. Like, you're hot as fuck. I want it to work. I'll do these things. If I was wrong, I'll admit it. What the fuck? Like, let's not overcomplicate it. Intelligence and genius is simplified. The way all these people do their shit is such a shit show of fucking just too much information. It's not intelligent to have that much questioning. Like, let's just make it simple. You like me or you don't?
What were you reading the one?
What? I read the book from here in prison, yeah. That's how you
What was it?
You say it loud, say it again.
Yeah.
You say it loud, say it again. Say it loud, say it again. Say it loud, say it again. And it brainwash people. So I brainwash people in a good way. But I still know I'm brainwashing them. And I love her. I'll do anything for her. And like at any time. Like that's just as much as I know love to be. I don't know how to fully change character overnight or responses or the way I've been for so long. I don't know how to change that overnight. If you're gonna tell someone to change, you better break it down. Like you better break it down into steps and really teach it. This is what I'm coming with.
Well, the thing is, though, there are people who think that you just have to like conform to what they want, and they're gonna bypass everything you say.
Nobody
They
wants you
don't
to conform. They're the people like me that she thinks are wanting to conform. I'm saying I don't know how to do it. When I was in prison, if someone called me a bitch, you have to kill them. Okay? Like if someone calls you, if in prison someone calls you a punk or a bitch, you have to f them up. And so out here, when people are calling me a punk or bitch, I'm like, oh, what the f? Like stop! I don't know how to take this. And they do it on purpose, knowing that I'm f***ing mad. And if you're making me mad, like why are you doing that? Like, hug a person like me. I came out of hell. Like, when I'm pissed off, hug me and say, babe, calm down. She won't do that. She'll be like, look at you. Instead of hugging me and saying, hey, I don't want you to be so mad. Like, I know you've been through hell. She'll never just hug me and tell me it's going to be okay and chill. And I asked for it. I'm like, just hug me, just chill.
Hug someone who's like talking at me or yelling at
See,
me.
but
I don't go to that.
I talk like this. Do you guys think I'm talking at you or yelling at you? I talk like this. This is how I talk. When she watched my videos and didn't know me, it was like this. And then I still talk like this. This is just how I talk. I just talk like this. Like, even when someone confronts me, like, what? I didn't do it. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I talk fast, and I talk like this. And she's like, what the f*** are you talking like that for? Talking that? And I'm like, I'm not. I'm just f***ing like, what do I do? People with me just gotta realize, like, I'm so easy to deal with if you just be like, hey, let's all calm down. I love you. Like, I got you. Like, I'm like, okay, because I think there's like a problem gonna happen, Like, I have PTSD like a motherfucker. And like, I've been through a lot. And like, for someone like her in our house like this, a piece to like even want to argue with me, it's like, dude, just hug me, just chill. Like, I'll kill everybody. Leave me alone, And so I just don't get why people don't get that with someone.
Some people doesn't get like when you sometimes you're overwhelmed and you just want to hug. Just give me the hug. It's gonna be okay.
She won't do it. If we're like fighting, I'm like, let's hug it out. It's not coming.
I know, because you're not gonna be like, hug me. No.
I know, but
no.
I'll take a resentment before we get there. I'm not the person who initiates it. So before we even get there, I'm like, let's just hug and not fight. Like I said, no man is ever trying to fight you ladies. It's not happening. Everybody you've ever dated, you've called you like that.
No, I haven't.
Every single one.
It's either I'm too much or not.
Tell me what right now. No.
Baby.
Yeah.
Sounds like some gay whining bullshit.
Country in our imagination on maps. When you look further inside, Myanmar is without exaggeration the most geopolitically complex country on the planet today, where it's extremely difficult for outsiders to figure out what's actually going on. The country has been completely consumed by a brutal, multi-sided civil war that has been going on for more than 4 years now, that has shattered the country into a complicated mosaic of competing militias, warlords, resistance fighters, and a totalitarian central regime dominated by the military that came to power during a coup d'etat in early 2021 that overthrew the previous democratically elected government. You may have seen memes about this coup back when it happened then, centering around this woman who was filming herself performing an aerobic dance routine as the country's military was busy storming and overthrowing the government right behind her. That coup is what triggered the current civil war in the country, and over the past 4+ years of fighting across Myanmar since then, more than 82,000 people have been killed, while more than 3.2 million others have been internally displaced, making the war that's still raging in Myanmar among the most violent and destructive active conflicts taking place anywhere in the world today, but also one that has only attracted a fraction of the international attention as the other ongoing major wars in Ukraine and Gaza have garnered. But Myanmar, a country of some 54 million people in the heart of Southeast Asia, is actively in the process of dying, with potentially catastrophic consequences for the rest of Asia and the world. Myanmar's economy has crashed by at least 20% since the civil war began. The central government now controls only about 1/5 of the country's territory and virtually none of its own international borders with its neighbors. In the mostly lawless periphery border regions beyond the government's control, massive drug dealing and the largest scam factories in the world taking up entire skyscrapers involving tens of thousands of people have been established. Governments from around the world have warned their citizens not to travel anywhere in Myanmar due to the persistent threat of getting caught up in the war there. And the country is now at a serious risk of balkanizing or fragmenting and becoming another Yugoslavia or another Afghanistan, but on an even larger scale. And it's already become what is essentially the only failed state in Eastern Asia located at the strategic crossroads between China, India, and the Bay of Bengal, with major consequences for everyone around them, especially China, who is becoming more and more forced to militarily intervene in the raging chaos that's going on immediately across from their southwestern border. To understand how Myanmar got to this point of potential state collapse today and to understand the severity of the potential consequences, it helps first to understand the series of events that led up to the coup and the civil war in 2021. Before 1989, the country was known as Burma, so that's the name I'll begin referring to it as for a bit from here. Burma, like many other places in the world, was steadily taken over by the British and ruled by them as a colonial possession for more than a century between 1824 and 1948. After Burma was eventually granted its independence by the British following the Second World War, it has consistently struggled with governing over its extremely diverse multi-ethnic society. Today, there are an astonishing 135 separate, distinct, recognized ethnic groups who are present in the country. The Bamar, whom the country's original name Burma derived from, have always made up the majority of the country's population, and today they represent around 68% of the total population, and dominate the center and most of the coast. The peripheries of the country, meanwhile, have always been populated by various ethnic minorities, with the largest being the Shan, Karen, Rakhine, Han Chinese, Mon, Indians, Kachin, and Chin. These minority groups in the country have always preferred to identify themselves as ethnic nationalities rather than ethnic minorities, because they've always, ever since the country's independence, been insecure and fearful about the political domination of the Bamar majority. To add an even further layer to the complexity, the overwhelming majority of Burma's society practices Buddhism, including most of the Bamar ethnic majority, but several of the minority ethnic groups predominantly practice either Christianity or Islam instead, like the Chin, Kachin, and Karen, who are predominantly Christians, and the Rohingya, who are predominantly Muslims. In the lead up to Burma's post-war independence, the country's chief independence leader named Aung San promised that some of these ethnic minority groups would be granted their full autonomy within their own territories within Burma, with a further option to secede from Burma after 10 years had passed. However, Aung San was assassinated merely months before the country's independence was granted, and so his promises of autonomy to the ethnic minorities were never honored by the post-independence government, which almost immediately sparked major rebellions by many of the ethnic minorities who began forming their own armed militias to resist the central government's authority, and they became known as ethnic armed organizations, or EAOs for short, with goals ranging from increased autonomy within Burma to a federalized system within Burma, or even to full-blown independence. Many of these EAOs have been continually engaged in a state of conflict with the central government for more than 77 years ever since then, making the conflict in Myanmar the longest continually running.
What do you think the chances are of finding a woman that makes your life easier / better, not harder, worse in today's age? Pretty goddamn low, dude. Your chances aren't great.
War that is still ongoing in the world today. In 1962, the Burmese military, known as the Tatmadaw, launched a coup d'etat that overthrew the parliamentary government and installed a totalitarian dictatorship under a military junta in its place that would last largely in power. A few years later, Myanmar hosted another general election in 2015 that Suu Kyi's party, the NLD, finally participated in.
Cuckaroo, Donatillers, how would you feel if your friend fucked your mom? I wouldn't care, especially a best friend. Wouldn't care. Is that okay with you? Wouldn't care. Oh yeah, hey pal, I heard you. Pounding away at my mom last night. Want to play games. Sounds kind of cucked. May as well be having one-sided poly relationships. I have no idea what you're talking about. Thanks for the donation, Cucker, you.
In for the first time in a quarter century, and like in the 1990 election, they once again won with the people decisively. But this time, unlike the 1990 election, the Tamado actually decided to recognize the results and cautiously agree to enter into a power-sharing arrangement with the NLD, giving up a bit of their absolute grip over the country for the first time in more than 53 years since the 1962 coup. Since Aung San Suu Kyi herself was still legally barred from running for office, she never became Myanmar's president. But after the election, the NLD created a new position to give to her instead that they call the State Councillor, which made her the de facto leader of Myanmar anyway. It's hard to describe just how high the hopes were in the world for Aung San Suu Kyi and the NLD's leadership in Myanmar after the 2015 election. There was a serious hope that after more than 50 years of continuous authoritarian military rule in the country, Suu Kyi was finally helping to transition the country towards democracy. But then, very quickly after her government began administrating things, the military decided to do something that captured the entire world's attention and severely undermined international trust in her government. The Rakhine state in the west of Myanmar across the border from Bangladesh has always been among the most unstable and violent regions in the country, stemming from its very high levels of ethnic and religious diversity. One of the largest groups of people present in the Rakhine state at the time were the Rohingya, one of the very few Indo-Aryan ethnic groups who predominantly practice the Islamic faith in the country. There used to be around 1 million Rohingya people who lived in the Rakhine state, but they've always faced enormous levels of persecution and disenfranchisement by the ethnic Bamar and Buddhist-majority Tamado and the Myanmar government. The Myanmar government has continually maintained that the Indo-Aryan and predominantly Muslim Rohingya are non-indigenous to the country, and that they were only brought over to settle in historic Burma by the British colonial government during the 19th century. The Rohingya themselves insist that their own history in the Rakhine state goes back thousands of years, but the Myanmar government refuses to even call them by their own name, officially calling them Bengalis instead, to further discredit their right to live in the country. The government has asserted that the Rohingya are a product of British-era colonial settlement policies, and on that supposed basis, they stripped all of the 1 million plus Rohingya in the country of their citizenship back in 1982, which has left the Rohingya as the largest stateless population in the world ever since. Further restrictions were placed on the Rohingyas' freedom of movement and education access, which led to multiple academics and scholars calling the conditions faced by the Rohingya in the Rakhine state as similar to the apartheid policies experienced in South Africa. Understandably, the Rohingya launched multiple armed insurrections against the military and the government throughout the 1990s and 2010s in the face of this repression. And in October of 2016, an attack by one Rohingya militant group on a police station in the Rakhine state killed 12 Tatmadaw police officers, which led to the military deciding to retaliate with genocidal fury. The Tatmadaw immediately launched an overwhelming crackdown in the Rakhine state against the entire Rohingya community, killing more than 6,700 Rohingya in just a single month, burning down and destroying enough Rohingya villages that they were captured by satellites, and forcefully driving out more than 700,000 Rohingya across the international border into Bangladesh as refugees, representing most of Myanmar's entire Rohingya population and one of the 21st century's most egregious cases of ethnic cleansing. It's likely that tens of thousands of Rohingya were ultimately massacred by the Tatmadaw during this crackdown in 2017, and their forcing of hundreds of thousands of survivors into Bangladesh triggered the largest refugee crisis in Asia seen since the
Lol, you faggot. Of course you wouldn't care. You literally married a man with a girl's name and fucked quote unquote her asshole all the time. You would still be friends with someone that was fucking your mum? Probably fucking in your bed and shit. White ho?
'Cause I don't care. Thanks for the donation, Cucker, you. You know, it's funny how, no one cared. Like, I saw some posts about this on Facebook, you know, here and there, but no one cared about any of this. No student protests, like, no media coverage, really. But then, you know, the Palestine thing, after October 7th, immediately everyone was like, yay, October 7th, fuck you Jews. Genocide, settler colonialism, and then you have a way worse humanitarian issue that was completely unjustified. No one cares, whatever. Like, again, it's all anti-Semitism.
Vietnam War, where around 1 million stateless Rohingya refugees with no citizenship anywhere continue living in political limbo to this day in the largest refugee camps in the world. A couple of years later in 2019, the Gambia, on behalf of all 57 members of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, introduced a legal case to the International Court of Justice accusing Myanmar of committing genocide against the Rohingya, which is still ongoing and has since been joined by many Western countries like the UK, Ireland, the Netherlands, Germany, France, Denmark, and Canada. As Myanmar's state councillor, Aung San Suu Kyi traveled to The Hague in December of 2019 to defend her country against the genocide charges, arguing to the dismay of many of her international supporters that while some war crimes have been committed by the military in the Rakhine state, no genocide of the Rohingya had actually taken place there. With her support from the West substantially eroded after making these arguments in International Criminal Court, Myanmar hosted another general election in November of 2020 that her NLD party once again won decisively for the second time in a row, leading the Tatmadaw military to begin growing concern that the NLD's continued electoral success was posing a long-term threat to its own continued rule. So just like they did after the 1990 elections didn't go their way, the Tatmadaw just contested the 2020 elections as supposedly fraudulent. And then in February of 2021, they launched a full-blown coup against the civilian government that we began this video with, arresting dozens of the newly elected government officials before they could assume their positions, and once again imprisoning Aung San Suu Kyi, who's remained in a mix of solitary confinement and house arrest for the past 4.5 years ever since. Almost immediately after the coup happened, protests against the violent seizure of power erupted in Myanmar's capital city, Naypyidaw, which the military characteristically responded to with overwhelming force, opening fire on the protesters with live ammunition and killing more than 600 people in the process. Thousands of politically motivated young people from the Bamar-majority heartland of the country then fled into Myanmar's surrounding mountainous peripheries, where they linked up with many of the long-standing and heavily armed EAOs to receive training and weapons, before returning back to the heartland again to engage in ambushes and partisan warfare against the restored military junta in the country, which catapulted Myanmar into a state of full-blown civil war. The junta responded with massive violence, launching airstrikes and military operations across the whole country against the resistance, and installed one of their own generals, Min Aung Hlaing, as the regime's de facto leader and acting president. Within a few months, the motley collection of forces opposed to the military regime, including ousted elected officials, pro-democracy protesters, and long-oppressed ethnic minorities, banded together and formed the National Unity Government, or NUG, with the officially stated goal of removing the military from power and establishing a fully federalized democratic Myanmar in its place. Within time, the NUG established its armed wing called the People's Defense Force, or PDF, to fight against the junta and their allies in the country, which by 2024 would grow to encompass an estimated 85,000 soldiers. Over time, many of the 25 active and heavily armed EAOs around the periphery of the country, many of which have thousands of their own soldiers, began breaking their ceasefires with the government and aligning themselves with the pro-democracy forces in the country against the junta as the junta began losing ground, while a few other of the EAOs, for a variety of reasons, aligned themselves with the military instead. Beginning in late 2023, the Tatmadaw began experiencing an increasingly high number of military setbacks and loss of territory. As of mid-2025, the Tatmadaw only maintains its control over about 1/5 of Myanmar's territory, and has lost control over most of the country's external international borders, though it still dominates the Bamar heartland in the center of the country that is the most densely populated part of Myanmar, with all of the most major cities. The PDF and the EAOs have consistently struggled with taking over major cities in the country during the civil war, and so while they currently control more territory than the regime does, most of it is sparsely populated rural countryside. Throughout the past 4+ years of war here, Western countries have largely ignored what's been going on, largely disillusioned with Myanmar's pro-democracy movement following Aung San Suu Kyi's defense of the military's genocide against the Rohingya, and distracted by other large-scale conflicts closer to home like Ukraine and Gaza. But in the absence of large-scale Western involvement in the conflict, China stepped onto the scene in Myanmar to fill the vacuum and has become by far the most influential outside power here, working together with both the military junta and various rebel factions at the same time to advance their own interests. Myanmar is one of the most important countries right now for China's geopolitical calculus, and Beijing's interests in the country are numerous. It is the only country that directly borders China that is experiencing a major war on its own territory, and so naturally, China would be concerned about ensuring stability along the entire length of their border that stretches in
Yeah, I like Jack and Dexter. I never played the first game, but the second and third were good.
winds for nearly 2,100 kilometers. China is also highly concerned about suppressing any potential Western influence in Myanmar, represented the most by the NUG and the pro-democracy resistance in the country. There isn't a single country who directly borders
well, there you go. That explains why you don't see a ton of fucking propaganda about this on TikTok.
China that is explicitly pro-Western right now, and China would like to keep it that way. A pro-Western government in power in Myanmar would become an outpost of Western influence on China's southwestern flank, with potentially disastrous consequences for China's strategic planning regarding an invasion of Taiwan. For this reason, China has primarily supported the Tatmadaw military regime in power in the country, but has also supported a whole host of rebel EAOs at the same time who are not ideologically committed to democracy, undermining the NUG and the pro-democracy resistance while keeping Myanmar chronically unstable between the Tatmadaw and the EAOs, neither of which have proven capable of decisively defeating the other over the years since they both received China's support in different ways at different times. From Beijing's perspective, the most ideal government in power in Myanmar would be pro-Chinese, like the Tatmadaw has often been. But barring that, their next most preferable option would be an unstable Myanmar that cannot effectively push China's influence out. And the least preferable option would be a fully democratic federalized Myanmar that would probably grow closer to the West and undermine China's strategically critical influence and investments in the country. What are these strategically critical Chinese investments in the country?
Israel is a fucking terrorist state. Fuck Israel, vegans for free Palestine.
No. Destroy Palestine and free Israel. Thanks for the donation, Radical Vegan.
How would you feel if you were still with Jasmine and she was fucking your dad on the side and your friends? Just being passed around having her asshole turned inside out by your fam. Think it's cool to be mixing your cum leftovers with them? WWYD.
I don't think I'd like that. Thanks for the donation, Cucker, yeah.
no further than the oil and gas pipeline that they helped construct across Myanmar between 2009 and 2014 at a cost of billions of dollars. These two pipelines are known as the Sino-Myanmar pipelines, and they were built as a part of China's greater worldwide Belt and Road Initiative infrastructure program. Myanmar's territory is critical to China for these pipelines because they provide China with a gateway into the Indian Ocean, and most importantly, they provide China with an alternative energy import route to the Strait of Malacca. Roughly 95% of China's energy imports currently travel into the country by sea, largely on the backs of tankers coming from the oil and gas-rich Persian Gulf as well as Russia. 80% of China's energy imports are currently forced by geography to funnel themselves through the narrow Strait of Malacca on their way to Chinese ports, a critical choke point that could become blockaded by the US Navy in the event of a war breaking out over Taiwan. Such an action would immediately eliminate the majority of China's energy imports required to sustain itself. So for decades, China has been busy building out alternative energy import routes to get around the Malacca Strait problem. And the Sino-Myanmar pipelines are some of these most important alternatives. They begin at the deepwater port of Kiokpyu on the island of Ram Ri on Myanmar's coast, and then travel for nearly 2,500 kilometers across the whole country through mountainous and jungle-covered terrain before crossing over the border into China, where they continue extending towards the major city of Kunming, the capital and the largest city of China's southern.
Dodo, $22 CCP. Let me see. Tried to smash into our Philippine Coast Guard ship. They missed it. Instead, China Coast Guard struck their own PLA Navy ship, crippling their own asset inside Philippine EEZ. Now your Coast Guard vessel is busted inside our EEZ, and yes, we still offered help. You're welcome.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, that's £200 off for a family.
Oh my god, China's so stupid.
We've got millions of free child place holidays.
Oh, that's so stupid. China is so dumb, dude. Yeah, that's not a good sign if they want to invade Taiwan. Russian parliament threatens war against Azerbaijan. Russian State Duma member threatened Azerbaijan with an import ban. And launch of a special military operation. Yeah, get fucked, Russia. Nobody wants anything to do with you, so you're gonna get pounded. Fucking cocksucker. It'll be great once this war is over and all these people can get locked up for the rest of their lives. Woman decided to not pay her hairdresser, asserting that she didn't receive the hairstyle she requested, leading to a tense standoff.
Yeah, you're supposed to put mousse on.
I know, but you only put mousse on when your hair is done.
Is your hair not done? What are you talking about?
I mean, I'm just asking common questions. I don't need the attitude. But no, like, this is not what I wanted. Like, the picture that I shown, I wanted it to be on this side, and you put it on this side.
But you didn't tell me that. What are you talking about? Because I'm confused now. Like, now you're not making any sense. Like,
If you want to do that, I'm not here to argue.
I don't know if this is staged or if she's just trying to get out of paying the hairdresser.
Like, is what I asked.
You look good, though.
And that's just what it is.
Start cutting you.
On my way?
What you mean?
Can you move out my way?
Move out your way.
Yeah, I think this is staged.
Big drones flying over. And so when the Biden administration said, oh, it was nothing, this is just an airplane or a kid's drone from down the street, no, it wasn't.
Like, I'm obsessed with the whole UFO thing. What's actually going on? What were those videos all about? What's actually happening?
I still have a lot of questions around that.
Yeah.
You know, I've heard what the public official line is. I just personally still have a lot of questions that are unanswered.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't just New Jersey. It was
Yeah, a lot of the displacement in Africa is due to Islamic, it's like, yeah, Islamic tribes and jihadist terrorists just massacring villages, and then they end up getting displaced and they end up fleeing to countries like Sudan and shit. No one cares. You know.
happening in different parts.
Can't blame it on Jews.
I know I can't tell you who it was and what it was, but
Yeah.
I can't really tell you. I'd love to tell you actually, but it's not a big deal.
It's
But,
not something frightening.
No, but I just, so obviously it's something that I know about, and it's not a problem at all.
Yeah, it's probably just some planes. No big deal. Hornet eating a praying mantis, that's eating a hornet. You know, I'm glad I'm not an insect. The insect life looks difficult. That's gross. Dude, did some fucking stupid asshole put a snapping turtle in with a fish? Whoever put these in the same tank together are fucking cunts. I hope they get their fingers bitten off by that snapping turtle. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Ilum must die.
I agree, it must. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Southern Yunnan province. Financially, these twin oil and gas pipelines cut off about 3,000 kilometers and 5 to 6 days worth of travel time for energy resources to reach China's coasts, saving considerable money on transportation costs. But more importantly, they also enable China to import at least some amount of oil and gas without having to rely on shipping through the vulnerable Strait of Malacca. Further through junta-controlled territory in the Bamar heartland in the center of the country, where it's come under rebel attacks on at least 2 separate occasions continues. As Operation 1027 continued gaining momentum here, the Commando began growing increasingly desperate to halt them by resorting to massive and indiscriminate airstrikes and artillery barrages against civilian targets, dramatically increasing the casualties of this horrible conflict. Knowing how much importance both the junta and the rebels place on appeasing China, some Myanmar civilians have increasingly started sheltering around the pipelines, since they know that it's the last place either side will ever willingly attack. And thus, it's maybe the safest location for anyone to be at in the entire country now. In addition to the pipelines, China is also heavily interested in Myanmar's own natural resources as well. Myanmar generally produces about half of the entire world's heavy rare earth elements, a subset of rare earths including terbium and dysprosium that are critical for green technologies like wind turbines and EV batteries. Virtually all of Myanmar's heavy rare earths are also produced in a relatively narrow mining belt in the country's northern Kachin state, immediately across the border from China. But as the Chinese encouraged Free Brotherhood Alliance routed the Tatmadaw junta in the Shan state during the 1027 offensive, the Kachin Independence Army, or the KIA, an EAO operating within the Kachin state, managed to take advantage of the chaos and seize control over this heavy rare earth mining belt only a year later in October of 2024, dealing yet another major defeat to the junta. Since then, the production of half of the world's heavy rare earths have been controlled by a rebel army, one of the oldest in the country going back decades that has sought to achieve autonomy for the predominantly Christian Kachin people from the Buddhist Bamar majority. China dominates the processing of heavy rare earth elements, but they're also very reliant on importing the raw materials from this mining belt across the border in Myanmar that the KIA now controls, which has given the KIA more leverage over China than almost any other rebel group in Myanmar. In December of 2024, the KIA advance continued and they began laying siege to the major city of Bamo, which has remained under siege by them up until this video's production in mid-2025. Bamo is a major logistics hub for the junta and home to around 166,000 people, meaning that if it falls to the KIA, it will be by far the biggest city to fall to the rebels in Myanmar to date. Evidently fearful of another major city falling out of the junta's control to a rebel faction, China allegedly issued an ultimatum to the KIA in early 2025 to lift their siege of Bamo, or China would cease buying rare earths from the now KIA-controlled mines, which generated about $1.4 billion worth of trade in 2023 when the junta still controlled them. But the KIA, knowing full well how much China depends on these heavy rare earth mines for their own processing, has essentially tried calling their bluff and has so far refused to cooperate with their demands, continuing to besiege Bamo anyway in defiance with the belief that China will eventually cave in and resume trading with them again sooner or later. If Bamo falls, the KIA would be one step closer to achieving full control of the entire Kachin state. And if that happens, they believe that China would be left with no other choice but to sideline its support for the junta and negotiate with them directly instead, achieving both of their goals for autonomy and continuing to trade with China in the long run anyway. This development in the Kachin state highlights the limits of China's control of events in Myanmar. While Beijing was able to use the Free Brotherhood Alliance to clear out the huge scam factories on their border and then pressured them into not going too far by making them surrender their control over Lashio, they have not been able to compel the KIA into abandoning their siege of Bamo. And so, ever since late 2023, the rebels have been growing increasingly powerful across the country's peripheries. The Kachin, Shan, Kaya, Kayan, Shin, and Rakhine states on the peripheries mostly populated by ethnic minorities are currently mostly controlled by rebel EAO factions, while the Bamar majority interior is in a state where much of the countryside is controlled by the pro-democracy NUG rebels, with all of the major cities and urban areas still controlled by the Tatmadaw junta. Battered and demoralized, the junta has grown increasingly desperate and vicious to remain in power. At the onset of the coup in early 2021, the
Lamal freeze and trail from what? You fucking Ziotards are the ones oppressing and genociding Palestine, Iran, Lebanon, Yemen, Syria, Congo, Sudan, etc. Free the world from Isna trail, and you dumb-Zios spreading white supremacy and Islamophobic propaganda. Fuck all Zios.
Yeah.
Tamado had an estimated 300,000 soldiers within their ranks, which has since dwindled down to only around 130,000 still remaining today in mid-2025, as a result of high casualties and rampant desertion. In a major sign of the Tamado's growing desperation, they began implementing forced conscription of men under their control in 2024 to address their growing manpower issues. And they've since forcibly conscripted around 30,000 men in the country, which has resulted in a huge exodus of young people fleeing from the country's major cities in order to dodge the possibility of becoming drafted, further worsening the country's crippling economic issues amidst the war. Then, to make matters in Myanmar somehow even worse than they already were, the country was also rocked by a devastating earthquake on the 28th of March 2025, with an epicenter located only 20 kilometers away from the city of Mandalay, almost immediately returning the country right back to full-scale fighting atop of the ruins left behind by the earthquake only days beforehand. By this point, Myanmar has become a failed state in a maw of chaos, instability, and war in the heart of Southeast Asia. Most of the country under rebel control will be anyone's best guess. There are several different paths forward that Myanmar could potentially take. Continued unstable civil war and chaos like Syria or Libya have faced for much longer with an undemocratic military regime that refuses to ever concede power. A victorious NUG democratic movement that finally transforms the country into a federalized system with almost completely autonomous statelets around the peripheries. Or further fragmentation and balkanization that leads to a total state collapse along ethnic and religious lines like what happened in Yugoslavia during the 1990s, leaving behind a collection of small ethnic statelets around the peripheries and engagement. I know that over the past
I'm glad I didn't grow up in any of these shithole countries. I wanted to play this because it shows you just how, like, blatantly scumbaggish these fucking news stations, like, the mainstream media is. So, here's some more, oh, Palestinian children are starving. Oh, look how desperate they are. They're screaming for help. Look at this girl here.
Sunday, Israeli Prime Minister...
Oh. Oh, did you see that? It's an act. They're all told to scream and shout for help for, you know, by the for the camera. Make sure you look desperate and cry. Look at this girl's face. Yeah. Yeah, look desperate for the camera. And then, fuck. Why doesn't the stupid thing work? Oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh, she broke character. You're gonna have to redo the take. Oh no. You'll also notice they film all these shots from a really low angle. The reason they do that is because they want you to think there's like hundreds of people waiting for food that are starving. There's probably only like, 10 people here. And they got them to all like cram in together and like, scream and like bang the pots and pans and shit. If it was at a high, wide angle, you'd be able to see there's nobody around and there's only 10 people. All of this is fake. All of it.
Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yeah. It's all fake.
Yahoo doubled down on claims that Hamas
Fucking
is
retarded.
responsible for starving Gazans, accusing the international media of taking Hamas at its word.
They don't, like, none of these people care. They just use propaganda footage. One donate $2 VG's favorite songs. I don't think that's one of my favorite songs. Yeah, that is also not one of my favorite songs. Thanks for the donation one.
He accused the UN of holding up the flow of aid into Gaza, showing pictures of what he claims to be truckloads of rotting food.
Hamas created this.
Yeah, UN is trying to block aid shipments because they're pissed off that Israel's sidestepping the UN and using different agencies and NGOs to distribute food. So the UN is trying to sabotage the aid operation despite them saying Israel's withholding aid. No, the UN is withholding aid.
Problem. And it was directed against us immediately. We have a starvation policy, which is completely false.
As he laid out plans for the next phase of the war, Netanyahu said roughly 75% of Gaza is under Israeli control, and ending the war comes down to 5 principles: disarming Hamas, freeing all hostages, demilitarizing Gaza, Israel overseeing security control, and establishing a non-Israeli peaceful civil administration. But instead of ramping up war efforts, the families of hostages still held by Hamas
These people are stupid. Outrageously fucking stupid.
want the return of their loved ones to be top priority. They're calling on Israeli companies to strike until their release is secured.
Hamas has no interest in releasing the hostages, and the only way you can get them to do it is through direct military intervention, like actually rescuing them, finding out where they are, like Israel's done here and there, or applying extreme amounts of pressure militarily, where you can end up forcing them into like a ceasefire agreement for a hostage exchange. That's how they've gotten back most of the hostages, and then here are these fucking idiots saying, no, don't use the strategy that works. Just, like, stop the war and then let the hostages get killed because Hamas doesn't fucking care. They're never gonna give you the hostages back. Like, they're so stupid.
Did you hear what Donald Trump wants to do in Washington, D.C., lol?
No, I didn't hear anything about that. Not hear anything about that.
Brian Tyler Cohen is the head of Asmongold? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think people realize how, like, Asmongold is consistently streaming. Doesn't he normally carry like 50K plus concurrent viewers on Twitch? And then his YouTube reach is huge. His YouTube reach is massive. I don't think people realize how big he is on YouTube. Oh, and another 100 million a month on clips. Like, Asmon, like, is easily making like 10 million a year is like a low ball in terms of what he's making off of just the on just the YouTube shit, on just the AdSense. I don't even know if he does sponsors or whatever. But he just, not even like just looking at money, but like this guy, his reach is just insane. Or in the viewer hours and everything, like.
Incredibly smart, but he is brain broken as fuck. Hassan is retarded. And he's brain broken. Yeah, no, genuinely. You could take a guy who looks like Neon and have him parrot every point that Hassan says, and he'll be the laughing stock of the fucking nation. And that's just the truth. Let's keep going here.
I'm pulling the record. Azan is brain dead.
Yeah.
He says the most wildest shit,
yep,
but never applies to him. It's diabolical, brother.
True.
I think that since he's back against the wall these days, he actually knows for that he's doing it. He's like, dude, the right does this, so I'm gonna do it, start doing it too. Acting like we don't see what's going on behind the scenes, acting like we don't see the mindset. It's obvious he's swapped, and he's going to like last ditch ever tactics because he's back against the wall.
Yep.
It's not crazy. It's the most obvious thing we've seen ever.
It is. It's incredibly obvious, and it's embarrassing how more people haven't picked up on this yet. The thing with Hassan is he's not compelling, he's not entertaining, he's not charismatic. He's pretty good looking and good for him. I mean, I'll be real. I'm far.
I mean, I think Hassan can be entertaining. It can be.
Yeah, he's not in Discord. Might watch this. The Greg Doucette, more plates, more dates beef is kind of interesting. I have to poop. There's a poop in my bum that needs to escape. I've been feeling this poop for a while, now it really wants to come out. I think I might also make a smoothie because I'm feeling extremely hypoglycemic. So I might be 5-10 minutes between pooping and designing, fabricating, and producing a blueberry smoothie.
In 3 months, Negro.
I know you. Played football against each other. Right. Hey, you were the puss. Always bled.
I hear you're giving Jerry Mitchell a hard time, man.
It's gonna get even harder.
You aren't gonna do shit to him. Asshole.
I gotta watch that movie. That looks funny. 3 o'clock high. Alright, I'm gonna go take a poop and make a smoothie. I'll be back in 5-10 minutes, perhaps sooner, depending on how quickly I can poop and design, fabricate, and produce the smoothie. But I will return. You all just stay there. Don't leave, don't move. You know, maybe put on some hentai in the meantime, but I'll be right back, okay? I'll be right back. I'm back, just like I promised. Rand $22. My girl never asked for money from me, but she is clearly poor and barely getting by. Should I offer to pay for her bills or assure her that I would help out if she's not going to be able to afford rent, or is that a mistake? That is fucking stupid, dude. The only person you should be looking out for is numero uno, so yourself. Buddy, anytime you give a girl the idea that she can use you for money, they're gonna take advantage of you like fucking crazy. So, look. Ask yourself this. Like, what exactly are you getting from the relationship that only she could offer? Men have very simple, interests when it comes to a relationship. Primary one being sex. Second, like, maybe just delegating some minor tasks like cleaning the dishes sometimes, making you food sometimes or something. And some, like, very basic companionship. So, like, you'll watch movies together or some shit. You can get that from any girl. So, if you could get that for free with other women who aren't broke and can make money and have a job and are productive, why in the fuck would you give this chick money? She's not even asking for it. Like, it's just stupid. So, yeah, don't be a fucking simp. She doesn't deserve any fucking money from you. Is she providing so much to you that she deserves money for it? Like, why isn't she paying you? It's just ridiculous. And I mean, think about it this way. How many fucking women are gonna date a fucking dude who's broke and has trouble paying bills and will, like, make these sorts of financial sacrifices for the dude? Not many fucking women are gonna do that. Like, maybe if they're really fucking cock hungry and their boyfriend has a big dick or something, they're gonna be willing to put up with that, because how many fucking 8-inch or 9-inch penises are there that they can find? But, it's just stupid to do that. In all likelihood, she would never fucking do that for you. And chances are the reason she's even interested in dating you is because you make more money than her, and that's attractive to her. So, if you were the one who was broke, she probably wouldn't have even fucking gone out with you in the first place. Like, it's retarded. So, no. Look out for numero uno. You can get the same things you're getting from plenty of other fucking women, and you could get it for free. Don't ever give women money. And, like, if they're just gonna drag you down because they're fucking poor and you need to pay for their rent or their bills or some shit, well, they can learn to not be fucking broke. It's that simple. So use your money for your own fucking benefit. Invest in yourself, buy things that you actually enjoy that make your life better. Like, save money for a rainy day or retirement, or reinvest it into your business or something. Use your money for something that's fucking productive. Don't throw it in some, like, fucking pussy well, where you think somehow the relationship will get better or something just because you give some fucking girl money. It's going to make the relationship worse. I can guarantee you, as soon as she finds out that she can take advantage of you for money, she's going to start asking for more things. So it's not going to be rent anymore. Oh, could you buy me this dress? Could you buy me this shoes? Oh, can you take me out to dinner? Can you cover the bills this time? It's just going to be more and more and more once she can find out, like, once she finds out she can take advantage of that. So, yeah, no. Don't let women drag you down. Find women that will, at the very least, like, neutral. So maybe you have to deal with a little bit of nonsense, but you get a little bit of benefits here. Ideally, you want a woman who will, like, make your life better, but don't ever fucking deal with women that will drag you down and waste your fucking money, your time, like, and just nonsense like that. So, no, don't give her any of your fucking money. Don't ever pay for her fucking bills. Stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Ran.
Derek is back, but nobody cares. They don't like the fact that he's been lying. They don't like the fact that he doesn't address the allegations, that he hasn't responded to Coach Greg. Why would Derek address it? He would lose. Coach Greg, and in today's video, Derek is back, or at least what's left of him. Derek is well known for having the bowling ball shoulders, that massive physique, standing well over 6 feet tall and at his heaviest 260 pounds. He was open, honest, and transparent, and admitted to using and abusing performance-enhancing drugs. But since that time, he decided to only go on HRT. He realized that not only was it affecting his hair, but it was also taking years away from his life. Many people say, you know, you go on steroids and then you keep those gains for life. I disagree with you. Case in point. Let's look at Derek before. Check out the shoulders, the width, the mass, standing there in his tank top. He looks bigger than me. Now, mind you, we've seen his legs, they're not quite up to par, but his upper body, it's actually very impressive, or shall I say, it was very impressive. He had a passion for lifting weights, and he shared that with the world. But since that time, he doesn't give a shit. Do you really think that Derek cares about how wide his shoulders are? The aesthetics? Derek has tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. I have no idea. But I do know that he's doing all right. And so, do you really think he cares what y'all think about him? About his physique? About the fact that his company, or the company he's a part of, Gorilla Mind, is selling fake ajuga? None of you care about that. You don't care if he lies to you. All you care about is that Derek comes back and says he's juiced to the socks, that he uses big words and shares his stupendous vocabulary. He posts a video, it's back. And by it, he's not referring to his physique because there's hardly anything left. The return of the king, Gorilla Mind Rush. And so a man with over 2 million followers who hadn't posted in months, he managed to accrue 31,000 views in 3 days. And so Derek is back, but nobody cares. People have given up on him. They don't like the fact that he's been lying. They don't like the fact that he doesn't address the allegations, that he hasn't responded to Coach Greg, that he's simply dodging the fact that he has been lying to you, scamming you. And I have the receipts, the proof. Turkplex, it ain't Ajuga turkistanica. The plant that's been claimed, oh, but we don't claim it has turkesterone. We don't claim this, we don't claim that. Yeah. Right-click the URL, turkesterone. The turkesterone molecule on the bottle. And so we all know HDLD supplements, the only one selling actual Ajuga turkistanica. The rest, we just don't know. If it's coming from China, it's probably cyanosis, a copycat plant, and it sells for next to nothing. I was offered $5.85. I said no. Well, but Coach Greg is selling snake oil. Nope. I said no to the snake oil. What do you want me to do? Let's now press play on this video. The return of the king, who's looking more like, well, the jester. I'm not going to say a queen.
What is this thing?
What is this thing? AK, what is this that I'm looking at? I mean, it's the exact same sauna background. It's the same exact lighting, the camera. Derek wasn't photoshopping his physique. This is how he actually looks. You can see he's aged perhaps 10 years. I showed him to my staff and they said, how old is he? I said, I don't know, about 29. They said, he looks at least 39. You used to work.
I don't think anybody knows exactly how old Derek is. I looked it up. I think he's between the age of 30 and 35. So he may, in fact, be younger than me, and yeah, he looks much older and shittier. He didn't look great to begin with. This guy has not lived a very healthy lifestyle, and I mean, he's kind of always not looked that great. Let's see his, like, oldest videos. Yeah, he's sort of always looked like shit. Yeah, so this is from 9 years ago. So he would have been, like, 23, 24 here, maybe even younger. He looks like shit. Like, even with the webcam, you can tell his skin is fucking horrible, his hair's fucked up. Here's some better ones. Oh, wait. No, this is a shitty cell phone video. Oh, yeah, no. Like, he's always had a lot of wrinkles. I don't know. I think he might just be one of these people who ages like an avocado. Even that might be a little too generous. Like, maybe more like milk. So he probably just has, like, you know, a face that ages more than a normal person. He's also abused steroids for quite a while, and he's, like, taken really harsh drugs like Dianabol and shit. He had no idea what the fuck he was doing with a lot of these drugs when he was first using them. So that probably aged him. I know he doesn't live the healthiest lifestyle. He's been, like, pretty obese for prolonged periods of time. He drinks. I think he might have smoked. I'm not sure. But yeah, like, yeah, no shit. So this is 8 years ago. So again, he would have been like 24, 25-ish, maybe. Maybe a little older, 26. He looks older here than I do now. So, yeah, I mean, he's always kind of looked shit for his age. So that's what happens when you abuse drugs, you don't have a great diet, you drink, you know, that's just what happens. And maybe he doesn't have the best genes either, who knows.
How retarded are people? What is the fucking point of testosterone? No studies proves its efficacy with roids. There is actual evidence and anecdotes. Roids are cheaper. Testcypionate is safe in moderate doses and cheaper. What's the point of Turk? Tell me, Rich.
Nothing. So here's the thing. Everyone wants to be on steroids. Everyone. That's why they're so glamorized in the media, you know? That's why everyone refers to something that's awesome, like being on steroids. That's why, again, all these superheroes are on steroids, like Captain America, like literally he is a superhero because of steroids. All the big famous actors, or nearly all of them, like The Rock, Chris Hemsworth, like they're all on steroids. All the athletes are on steroids. Everyone wants to be on steroids. They just don't, like, they're just afraid of needles, or they're afraid of the side effects, or they're afraid of the stigma that comes with being on them. So that's why Greg sells turkesterone, because it's the promise that never gets delivered. It's like steroids, but it's not steroids. And of course, it's not like steroids. It doesn't do shit. Look, David Lade increased his bench press by 80 pounds in a single month just from taking Rad 140, which isn't even a steroid, it's a fucking SARM. Who knows if he was on any steroids at the time, but we know he was taking SARMs. Show me one motherfucker who increased their bench by that much in 1 month taking fucking turkesterone. So one of the shittiest, weakest fucking drugs that you can take that isn't even a fucking steroid, it's just a performance-enhancing drug, works better than turkesterone. It's less good for you, like it has side effects on your liver and shit, but it actually works. Turkesterone doesn't do fucking anything, and nobody really knows about short or long-term safety. There's no human studies. And yeah, testcypionate is cheaper. Like, guess what? Quadrupling your natural test is going to do a fuckload more for you than taking turkesterone. And even some of the supposed mechanisms for how turkesterone works, you can literally modulate that with just food. Greg made a video recently where he said turkesterone can increase IGF-1, and it wasn't even by that much. You can literally just eat more protein and increase your IGF-1. So, like, just buy protein powder and eat more of it. Why would you take turkesterone? You can, like, take a myriad of drugs that will increase IGF-1. Why would you take turkesterone? And we know those drugs work. Like, it's stupid. I'm gonna do a worst of the fitness industry video on testosterone and break it all down. It's fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation though, Blake. Just random vids donate $2. Let me see. I don't know if this is real or AI, but I do know polar bears will eat lettuce. I think that is AI. But I know polar bears will eat lettuce.
God, I turn 21 tomorrow. I can't
Yeah, that is AI.
wait to take shots at the bar.
Girl, the only shots you're gonna be taking when you turn 21 are shots of Ozempic, you fat donkey bitch.
Oh my God.
This looks uber fun. Good thing you have experience.
One. Two. One.
Yeah, it's kind of neat. Yeah, they have glow-in-the-dark arrows now. That's cool. Or are those LEDs? Yeah, that looks kind of neat. At least they're not shooting real animals. Thanks for the donation, just random vids.
Didn't you tell Jasmine to quit her job and you started paying her rent while she was still in Belgium? Is it that unreasonable to tell someone who's struggling to get by that I won't let them be homeless? Also, didn't you pay for the rent for 7+ years?
Yeah, that was a big mistake, dude. I should have never done that. Don't, like, again, no chick is worth that kind of trouble. One, they would never do that for you. Two, they're just going to realize they can take advantage of you financially. And three, if you can get the same quality, if not better, relationship with somebody else who you don't need to financially invest in, why wouldn't you do that? So look at it this way. Again, the things that men want in a relationship are very easy to find. You want a girl who's attractive enough where you want to have sex with her, just nice personality that you have chemistry with, will like maybe share some amount of hobbies, interests, like maybe she likes, you know, like hiking with you or goes to work out at the gym, you know, something like that. Like very simple, basic things. Women want dudes who have like at least a 6-figure salary, at least a 6-inch penis, at least 6 feet tall, has like, you know, looks handsome, will treat them right, like has like a good family that they come from, wants kids, will be a good father, will be faithful, like all these things that when you stack them together, they're very hard to find. You're talking about people who are in like at least the top 10% of society, if not more. So it makes sense for them to maybe make some investments and shit and like really try to find a dude. If what you're looking for is so available and everywhere, why would you pay money for it? So it's just stupid. Like, don't pay money for things that are common. Thanks for the donation, though, Ryan.
He looks, he's aged perhaps 10 years. I showed him to my staff and they said, how old is he? I said, I don't know, about 29. They said, he looks at least 39. You used to worship this guy who doesn't have the balls to even say his last name. Doesn't say where he lives, doesn't disclose anything. He just yaps a lot with big words, abused steroids, and sold you a lie. And in his return, why did he return? To help people, to educate them on important topics of the world? He came back to sell Gorilla Rush. He came back to make a video to sell supplements. And nobody cared. Well, 31,000 people did. It's not nobody, but in comparison to the old videos, they got hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views. People don't give a shit. And so if you're looking for doctor-prescribed medications and blood work, you can go to Merrick Health. Or if you want it to be about half the price of that, you can go to Algo RX, of which I'm an equity owner. These guys, I don't want to say they used to work for Derek. Yes, they do. They used to work for Derek and help grow that company. And so do you want to pay full price, maximum price? Go with Merrick Health. If you want to pay about half price for the quality pharmaceutical supplements that you're looking for, like enclomiphene, Cialis, Viagra, Talmosartan, you know, the stuff that you're looking for and you can get elsewhere for perhaps double the price.
I want the physique look of DB's Trunks at his prime when he went back and destroyed the androids. Do I need Reeds to look like this?
Trunk in his prime? The fuck is this? So I don't know if you mean like right when he went back in time or when he went through the time chamber and trained with Vegeta and got like really jacked. Like Trunks when he first traveled back in time, you know, and like slashed like just cut up Frieza with his sword. Most people are probably going to need steroids to look like that, honestly, but it's possibly naturally achievable. Like, he's not very big here. But when Trunks was fighting Near Perfect Cell, like, you're absolutely going to need steroids. Like, the guy was pretty fucking tanked up, bro. There's just no chance. So, yeah, Trunks, when he first went back in time, if you have really good fucking genetics, you might not need steroids, but after Trunks started training, you're absolutely going to need steroids. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
Well, if you can't afford it, you're not a millionaire, and you're on a budget, click that link, AlgoRx.
Grey Knight donated to Larry's story. I thought I shared the proper link. Here's a better one. Yeah, you're pretty much guaranteed to need steroids to look like that. Unless you got some crazy BBC African genes, you're absolutely going to need some steroids. You'd have to be as genetically gifted as, like, Ronnie Coleman. His shoulders and arms and shit are just way too crazy. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
Code Greg, 10% off.
Gorilla Mind Rush, which is the stim bomb nootropic formula meant for, you know, banging out 12+ hour workdays, hitting PRs.
And so he came back to release a product perhaps half as good as G-Focus Limitless. If you actually want a really good supplement and you're looking for exactly what Gorilla Mind Rush is selling, this one's better. HTLT G-Focus Limitless, and Code Greg has it 15% off. And so whatever Gorilla Mind has, you know, we just do it better. I'm sorry. I'm just being honest. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone. I don't care who you ask. Mike Israetel, the beef is back. Even Mike Israetel is going to admit that my Ajuga Turk Platinum Turk Builder Max is far superior to Derek's. Mine is not a lie. Mine is not a scam. Derek's is a...
You know what would be hilarious and ironic? If this turkesterone thing, the extract they're using, despite it being real turkesterone, it's actually not as anabolic as some other, like, generic ectosteroid thing. That would be really funny. So, like, Greg could, you know, rant all he wants about how, oh, Juga Turkistanica, like, I'm the only one who's selling the real product, but, like, it's actually worse for what you want it to do. Because, again, in a recent video, he was going through studies on ectosteroids, and none of them were studies on turkesterone. They're all on ectosteroids like 20HE. So what is it, like, at the end of the day, what does any of this matter? Like, if you're going to make the claim this is better, it builds more muscle, where's the proof? Show us. Where? He's just so full of shit.
A scam. When it doesn't have inside the package what's listed on the label, it's a scam. No matter how you look at it, Derek is lying. And so if you think Gorilla Mind is as good as HDLT supplements, then you're just a moron. You're an idiot. Or You just believe the hype. I mean, they sponsor hundreds of high-level influencers who have to have millions of followers, and so you believe them. And so that's what it is. But if you're looking for the best supplements, code Greg, 15% off.
Many feats of highly demanding cognitive work or physical, feats were achieved.
Derek, with that massive vocabulary, have you ever heard of the word succinct? Being able to speak and articulate and condense words into shorter sentences. To be able to squeeze, I don't know, a 56-minute and 17-second video into perhaps 20 minutes or less. Something that people will actually want to sit and listen through. You take all of that information and you squeeze it down. You simplify it so that the average viewer who's perhaps at a grade 9 intellect level that they can understand, that they'll sit through it and get what you're saying. There lies the problem. You just yap for so long that people lost interest. How is it possible that Coach Greg, 20 years the senior of Derek, both of us on HRT, both of us using supplements, why did I maintain or in fact build more muscle than Derek? Derek looks like he's lost 30 plus pounds of muscle, while I look like I've gained. What is going on? Since the last 5 years, I haven't done a steroid cycle in over 5 years, been maintaining HRT. Why is it that I haven't lost all of my gains, but Derek has? Do you think Derek...
Oh, yes. Yes, the only reason Greg has maintained his muscle mass is because of Turk Builder. Not because he's taking anabolic androgenic steroids in the form of testosterone replacement therapy. What a fucking cocksucker. Why are you taking testosterone if you're saying Turk Builder is what kept all this muscle mass? Fuck you, you fucking cunt.
Derek uses his own supplements, or do you think he uses mine?
What a dickhead.
How many of you, raise your hand, think that Derek uses Turk Builder Max and Turk Platinum from HDLT supplements in secret? I don't think anyone believes that. How many people think it's more likely that he's using Gorilla Mind Rush, Gorilla Mind Smooth, whatever other supplements he's selling? It's Turk Plex.
Dude, this is so stupid too. His supplements are better because he looks better and he takes his own supplements. Okay, let's look at the biggest, strongest bodybuilders right now who have supplement contracts with like Red One or something. Oh, I guess every other supplement company that sponsors these other bodybuilders, they're better because, oh, well, they've got, the next Ronnie Coleman, representing them and taking their supplements. This is so stupid.
If there is such a thing as the proof is in the pudding, the proof is in the pudding. Compare physiques. Why?
I think testosterone consumers are naturalistic fallacy retards. Oh, steroids and test are created in a lab. That's chemicals. That's dangerous. Testosterone are plant molecules. That's natural and safe. I hope testosterone and ICT are cancerous so they die.
Yeah, really. People who are dumb enough to take this really do deserve cancer. Dude, Greg has taken steroids for, what, at least 15 years now? And I think he's on more than just testosterone. He was mentioning that he was taking a bunch of peptides. I'm not sure if he's taking growth hormone, but I do know he mentioned he was taking, peptides and shit along with his TRT. So, do you think that has anything to do with how you look, Like, before he started the supplement company, he looked the same. So you're on these drugs before you did the supplement stuff, and then you made these supplements and you looked the same. So I think it's the drugs you're on that are kind of helping you out, not the turkesterone, you fuckface. Greg is such a manipulator. Like, he's literally doing what fake natties do, only it's even dumber because, like, we know you're on fucking anabolic steroids. What the fuck? Like, the fake natty thing is, oh, I don't take any steroids, but, oh, I take this supplement, and, it builds muscle and allows me to train. Buy my supplement so you can look like me. This motherfucker has admitted to being on steroids for like, what, 15 years or some shit of his life? And, why would we think anything that you've ever achieved in your entire life had anything to do with any fucking supplements you're selling right now? It's just so stupid. Thanks for the donation, Blake.
Why have I maintained? I'm racing. Look what I'm wearing. Do you know what I just did? I just won another bike race in the hardest level. I'm 49. How am I doing 7?
Yeah, is everyone else you're racing against on steroids, Greg? Buddy, I can speak. I didn't even know this before I started taking steroids. Buddy, testosterone massively increases your cardiovascular endurance. I wasn't even aware of this because I guess a lot of endurance athletes either don't take these drugs or don't want to admit they're taking them or something. And like the people who are really into the like gear shit, they just do bodybuilding. They're not interested in like cardio. But I rollerblade, I bicycle every day. Holy fucking shit. The difference taking testosterone makes on your endurance is fucking crazy. It feels like you can just go into an all-out sprint and like never stop. It's freaky. Like if there's a big hill, you know, normally when you're natural, you'll be struggling up the hill, you'll be huffing and puffing really hard if you're like really trying to climb as quickly as you can. And then by the time you reach the top, you're like peaked and you have to like recover for a couple minutes before you can really start pedaling. On fucking steroids, it feels like you can push at like near 100%, like you're at 90-95% really rushing up the hill. And then it only takes you like 5 or 10 seconds to feel normal again, and then you can still like just keep going. The pace and how fast you recover after like all-out sprints increases massively. And guess what? Greg is on fucking testosterone. What a fucking surprise. And then he's like, I take testosterone and I can ride bikes really good. Yeah, you're also on fucking testosterone. Guess what works fucking better, jackass? Do you think Lance Armstrong was on fucking testosterone? Or do you think he was taking testosterone and growth hormone, fuckface? Holy shit. Show me one fucking Tour de France winner who's fucking taking testosterone. No, they're all on testosterone and growth hormone. Holy crap.
7 hours plus of bike racing a week, lifting weights twice a week, and I maintain more muscle than Derek. Think about it. Are Derek's supplements better than mine? If so, where's the muscle? Where's the proof?
Yeah, buddy, do you think Derek might have gone off steroids and you didn't? Have you ever considered that?
Why hasn't he maintained? Explain to me how Hussein Farhat built all that muscle and maintained them. I mean, I'm hearing he went on cycle for 18 months, built all of his muscle, and then just got off and maintained. I'm hearing he went on steroids for the first 18 months, gained all of his muscles, hopped off, and just maintained those gains. Where's Derek's gains? Why hasn't he maintained? Give me some excuses. Give me some reasons. Explain it to me.
Because he hopped off fucking steroids. He's not taking them anymore, and he's not training. Very simple. So, he might have had health issues where he had to go off gear completely. Some people are prone to maladaptive cardiomyopathy, and they have to completely stop taking steroids to get their heart to shrink down to a normal size. Maybe he just didn't want to inject anymore and it was giving him mental problems. Who the fuck knows? Or maybe he's just taking very, very low doses and he just stopped training and just wants to live his life. What the fuck does any of this have to do with how effective his supplements are? Like, buddy, we know why he was jacked before. It's because he was on fucking steroids. The reason you look the way you do is because you're on steroids. Like, Greg, okay, let's take the Pepsi challenge. Go off steroids and only take the fucking stupid supplements you sell on your fucking website, and let's see from a year from now how fucking good you feel and how good you look. Yeah, right, you're never gonna fucking do it.
Make it make sense. I want to believe. I want to hear how Derek lost all those muscles. Hey, he's been on HRT for perhaps 5 years. Where did the muscles go? Why didn't he maintain? Why is it that I was 192 pounds this morning and just over a year ago, 183? How am I 9 pounds bigger, haven't upped my doses of testosterone, and Derek looks to have lost 30 plus?
Oh my God. I'm sorry, he's claiming he gained 8 pounds of muscle from taking turkesterone? Dude, where are all the people who, like, all the fitness influencers, like Will Tennyson, Usain Farhat, where's their 8 pounds of muscle from turkesterone? Are you a special snowflake and turkesterone only works for you?
Plus pounds of muscle. Make it make sense. And so I don't care which photos you've looked at. Look at him while he's on steroids at his best. Look at him just a couple of years ago on HRT. Compare his physique then to his physique now. Where has his physique gone? He has melted. Bring back the steroid horror stories. It's why most people started watching you. Those were by far...
Sugar Boy said his $170 by clock got stolen in China. His GF told a security guard, the guy called the police, they took it very seriously, and caught the guy within 24 hours. He said he likes the police state there and how safe it is. Do you agree?
China is not safe. There are a ton of fucking scams, and the police are by far the worst criminals. They torture people. They literally have torture stations and police stations where they have chairs where they lock you in and you can't move, and they'll just beat the living fuck out of you. If you say something that's critical of like the government or the police themselves or any like CCP institution. So China is not safe. You're just an idiot. Going to some like tourist area and crap, it doesn't mean anything. Thanks for the donation, dummy.
Are your most entertaining pieces of content? Well, if you wanted to hear steroid horror stories, you have my channel. Still posting videos, haven't gone anywhere. I still average 10 videos or more each and every week. Derek, YouTube miss your delts and sauna, bro. Come back, please. Yeah. Where did his delts go? I mean, he came back for this video, but his delts, they didn't do the same. He came back, his muscles didn't. Looking great, Derek missed you. Apparently, when you lose all of your muscles and you now look like a marathon runner, perhaps he's the size of Borat. That is what looking great is. And so, guys, you really thought that you needed to have bowling ball delts to have tons of muscle, 200 plus pounds? That's not what you need. You just need to be lean. Just do some cardio, maintain your fitness, and you look great. And I'm not being sarcastic. You actually don't need to abuse steroids to look great. You just need...
This is why I kinda miss Rich Piana. I know he wasn't vegan and a heavy drug addict with tons of sinful in his body. However, at least he was honest about supplements and would have been against Turk. I would trade Israel and Doucette for Piano any day, man.
Yeah. Rich Piana probably would have called it out as bullshit. This turkesterone thing is just so fucking stupid. I just cannot wrap my head around how fucking stupid it is. You've got, like, it's either kids who are just using their parents' credit card and are getting gaslit by a fucking idiot and then wasting their parents' money. Or you've got adults who are too fucking stupid and pussy to just order testosterone and use needles. It's so dumb. Just outrageously fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation though, Blake.
Actually, if you look at the crime rate in China, it's among the lowest in the world. Literally 15x less crime in China than the US. The police state works. They have cameras on everyone. Sugar Boy said if you're not a criminal then you shouldn't care.
That is not true. Yeah, that is absolutely not true. People bring up this, claim this about Japan too. They just don't report crimes in China. Like, that's it. There's massive issues with human trafficking in China, and the police don't care, nobody cares, nobody does anything about it. crime and some really, really horrendous crimes are rampant all throughout China. It's just that nobody does anything about it, and then it doesn't get reported or anything. And then, oh, look, because of the like stupid stats that they have where they just talk about like police reports and shit and convictions, it doesn't show up. Oh, so China must be crime free. It's not. Similar with Japan. You can look at Japan versus other countries with similar population density, socioeconomic status. You'll see a few specific crimes in particular that are disproportionately low. So like rape. The reason like rape rates in Japan are like technically low, it's because they never get reported, never get investigated. They won't even bother prosecuting any crimes unless the prosecutors are 100% guaranteed sure that they will get a conviction. So a lot of crimes, if there's like a bit of a chance that 20% chance that they might not get a conviction, they just won't bother prosecuting. So it artificially lowers their crime rate when it's just bullcrap. Thanks for the donation there, 21st Savage.
And to be fit, have lower-ish body fat levels, 15%, for example, and you're going to do fine. We all miss your content, and I would say, yeah, they still miss it, because this is not it. People don't miss 56-minute rants about his stims, his pre-workouts, supplements. They want actual information. Please start making content again, Derek. His response, it's coming. Winter is coming. Less plates, less dates. I'm going to argue that you don't get more dates by lifting more weights. I don't think that if you have an exceptional amount of strength that you're going to actually get more girls. I think leaner is where it's at. We all saw that post from Borat, of which that woman, she said, this look is a repellent to women. Yeah, a repellent to...
It's plausible that human trafficking specifically goes mostly unreported in China. I'm talking about homicide, assault, petty crimes, theft, etc. By the way, trafficking goes unreported in the US too. Millions trafficked under Biden's open border policy.
Yeah. Buddy, you want to talk about murders? How about the Chinese government stealing people's organs and euthanizing people? They literally have murder vans where they'll just pull up, find somebody who is an ethnic minority or they don't like or is a political dissident. They'll give them a lethal injection, steal their organs, and then be off. And these don't get counted as murders. So, like, again, give me a fucking break. It's just stupid. Thanks for the donation, dude.
To you, because you ain't it. We're not chasing the twos, well, guys who are ones are, but multimillionaires don't give a shit what your opinion is of what we look like. If you want to look good to attract a woman and so on, just get fit. You don't need massive amounts of muscles, a little bit above average perhaps, but what you really want to do is avoid being fat. If you can get to a healthy 15% body fat, trust me, it's going to make a world of difference. Brother just comes back to do commercials for his supplements now. Unfortunately, the Gorilla Mind subs are not allowed in Germany. And is the Turk situation gonna get addressed? Of course it's not. Why would Derek address it? It would lose. Bringing it up, he does not want to do that because he knows he's lied. He knows he's scammed. Does it look like I have a lawsuit set against me? I have chain of custody proof with receipts that they're lying. And so if it gets brought up in court, I can't wait to prove to the world that I ain't lying and not scamming, that they are. The other supplement companies that we've tested, and we've tested a bunch, all lying. We're not. You don't need to believe me. I don't care. If you want to try Turk Platinum, Turk Builder Max, code Greg 15% off. If you don't like it, if it doesn't meet your expectations, money back guarantee and a $20 gift card. And if you happen to have bought a Gorilla Mind bullshit, you can get our product for 50% off because anyone that shows proof that they were scammed, you just need to send your receipt or picture of it, whatever, that you bought somebody else's product, 50% off. I want you to try something that's legit. And that way you can really understand why in my videos I explain it's far better than creatine. I watched a Dr. Mike video, which of course I have a response. And some of the comments said, how can you say that it works? There's no studies proving that it works. And so when you say that you took it and that it worked, you're being disingenuous. And so am I supposed to take a product that doesn't have 500 meta-analysis proving that it works and say, hey, I took it and I didn't gain any muscle, I didn't have more energy, I didn't recover faster, I didn't win my bike races, nothing good happened. You want me to lie about my experiences using said products? You want me to lie? I tell you the truth. If you don't believe me, you don't need to. You don't have to buy it. You can buy Derek's products. You know, one pill of mine is more Turk than their entire bottle. That's fine. Why do you think that is? Because they don't sell Juga Turkistanica. I sell Juga Turkistanica.
These CCP shills like 21st are the exact proof why TikTok should be banned. Yeah, China's such a great utopia, bro. Just work for months on end without getting paid and eat gutter oil with every meal. Sign me up, man, haha.
Yeah, I mean, it's hilarious how people try to hype up China as being this, like, awesome, super advanced country, super safe. They're all scammers and they're eating gutter oil. Like, it's fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Blake.
What Sugar Boy was saying is that China is extremely safe, especially if you're a Western tourist. He says the service there is the best he's ever received. By the way, remember when you said if he went to Thailand he'd get locked up? He went and was fine.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
And so what Derek's doing is, for example, if I was selling creatine monohydrate, and instead of creatine monohydrate, I was selling you taurine, it ain't creatine monohydrate.
And by the way, there's a thing called statute of limitations, dumbass.
Taurine could still be a benefit, but it's not creatine. It's something different. And so my product is different than Derek's. Derek sells something from China. I sell something from Uzbekistan with also other steroids from various countries. For example, Russia. Where are the delts? Am I the only one missing them? He's definitely downsized for longevity and to focus on Gorilla Mind, but he should still pop one for the boys. He seems downsized for sure, but it seems as though he's not training no more. Everyone knows I made a lot of money. Everyone knows I have a couple of nice vehicles and also that I have a couple of bikes. If somebody had made me choose between my, let's call it a $4,600 bike and multiple $100,000 vehicles, I'm picking a bike. If somebody made me choose between $1 billion and working out and being fit, I'm choosing working out and being fit. $1 billion without my fitness and my health and what I truly love and am passionate about, it ain't worth it. Derek has sold his soul for money. Whatever was passionate about, lifting weights, making videos, sharing to the world his experiences, don't give a shit. What does he want to do? Make money. Merrick Health, supplements, that's it. Comes back, makes a commercial to sell supplements. That's it. Does he lift weights anymore? Looking at him, it's possible he's completely given up. I lift weights twice a week. If Derek lifted weight twice a week, he would be lifting weights as much as me. I race bikes hard. What do you think that does to your pectorals, delts, and so on? Do you think that doing very hard cardio, endurance rides, is making it easier for me to build muscle, or do you think it makes it harder? How many cyclists do you think look like me? Look at bike riders. Do bike riders look like this? Last I checked, they do not. Most of them are at my height, 100.
You're on steroids and you're an IFBB pro professional bodybuilder. Like, buddy, are you this stupid?
30, 150 pounds, 192. Let it sink in for a while. And remember, I'm not 20 plus years of age. I'm not 30 plus. I'm almost 50. I'm turning 50 next month. Whatever Derek's doing, I don't want it.
Yeah, you take steroids and work out more. What, like, is this a secret? Oh my god.
I don't care if he has $100 million more than me. What am I going to do with $100 million? Buy a yacht? I don't like...
Would you look like prime Paul Dillette if you could? No, I wouldn't want to look like that.
Being on a boat. Why would I want a yacht? Do I need a private jet? I don't even need to fly first class. I don't care. I like my bicycle, for Pete's sakes. Derek, we need you to go over Jeff Nippard's video on Hussein and Julian. As if Derek would do that. He's not going to talk about Hussein. He knows Hussein's sponsored by Coach Greg. If he talks about Hussein, he would have to say that he's natural based on all the blood work that he's posted, and he would only get hate. They'd say, how much did Coach Greg and Jeff Nippard pay you off? And so he won't touch that.
The statute of limitations for rape in Thailand is 20 years, dipshit. Some crazy dumb bitch accused him of rape in 2019 if I remember correctly. She was obviously lying. It's like how you raped Jasmine. He should sue you for defamation and Jasmine sue you.
Oh my god. That's great. Pretty sure Hannah Chloe didn't make a... I think she might have made a complaint. But, again, there was no criminal investigation made. He left the country. I don't know what you want me to. Just you're a troll. Just shut up.
The Derek Death Star delts have sadly vanished. Looks like you've been detoxing, cleansing, and fasting. Not such a thing as detoxing or cleansing, but he could have lost weight without fasting. Maybe he's on a GLP-1. Derek, I know that your gorilla mind hasn't invented these kinds of supplements, but if you are trying to lose weight, you don't need to take Ozempic. GLP Max will do you a solid. I'll send it to you 100% free. All you got to do is ask. GLP Max can reduce your appetite by on average 28%. Makes a dramatic difference. Instead of being starving, food noise through the roof, it's much more manageable. And so if you're interested, code Greg 15% off. You know, these are the kind of supplements we have at HLT Supplements. On top of that, we got GO2 Max for improving your cardio and fitness and health. And so, Derek, if you want to get out there and do your cardio like Coach Greg, perhaps you can race bikes. You can also go on a diet with GLP Max, keep your 100 in check. And, you know, we'll even send you some Turk Platinum or Turk Builder Max so you can go back to the gym and rebuild some of that muscle. What kind of cut is Derek on? Derek's response? Trying to be a peel show this summer. And so Derek finally went on a cut and lost all his muscle. Another argument in favor, why not just main gain? I'm not on a cut, I just main gain. Consistently, you've all seen me. For how many years do I look roughly the same in terms of body fat? Several. Main gain. Why are you so skinny? Are you dying or healthy? You know, I certainly don't think that's a compliment when somebody asks you if you're dying or you're skinny. In before Greg makes a 1-to-1 copy and claims he is the inventor and it's the best on the market. Derek won't kiss you, brother. Derek has so much more class than Greg. Yeah, you know, Derek is so much better than me. You know, I copied his formula. You know, this was posted 3 days ago, and so I went out and I invented this and made it better. I tweaked it. I just copied all his formula. But I just copy Derek because, you know, what I do, it's like ChatGPT. I say, ChatGPT, print out the best supplement stack you can make, and then I look at it and I just tweak it. This is how I do these things.
Greg's still a lying dipshit. I think I need more sleep. I'm not feeling great right now. I think I need to lie down and rest. Yeah, I don't think I should keep streaming right now. I think what I'm gonna do is have a nap, and then I'll probably just stream later. I'll be on later. It might be a little late-ish. It's like 11 or 12. But I just need some more sleep. I went to bed pretty late and woke up kind of early, you know, just because, so I think it's kind of getting to me right now. So I'm just gonna chill, relax for a bit, and then I'll be on later in all likelihood. Sorry, it's not what I planned, but I just, you know, I just can't. Hope you understand. Don't sue me.
You still have some of the woke feminist Kool-Aid in you. She clearly lied to her boyfriend because she was cheating on him with Sugar Boy and told him he raped her. They were caught on video flirting and shit like it's so fucking obvious. I'm not trolling.
They weren't, but thanks for the donation, 21st. Anyway, I'll see you guys later. I just really need to sleep. But, big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Should see you later tonight. Have a good evening.